AWM. Good morning.
My name is Laura. I am 11 years old. I'm a St. Jude patient.
Every minute, the children at St. Jude, they need your help. For just $19 a month, you can become a St. Jude partner in hope and help save lives.
Initially, it was this moment of praying for a miracle because it was a massive tumor in the left side of his brain.
All right, good morning. Let me run some pre-market scans. Right now, we've got strategy up at the high again today. All right, so this is the morning top 10. All right, I'm posting the top 10. Strategies leading, followed by Ross Stores and Nebius, Lam Research, Rocket Labs, Broadcom. Thanks, Grover.
Negatively impact markets. They've seen the S&P, NASDAQ, and Dow all down pretty significantly so far this week. This is August swoon.
All right, rates seem to be a decision, apparently. So we need to keep an eye on interest rates, the long end at the highest levels we've seen in a long time. Let's see. Mara is up this morning. It's up above the 200-day.
Either positively or negatively impacting. You've got the pop in Bitcoin so far this week, up gains of up over 20%. one of the keys that I kind of looked at before it came on is that banks and financial companies have pulled back pretty significantly. If you look at the move in some of those major, especially the money center banks.
Okay, let me see what's going on here.
KRE is down at its 50-day simple moving average. And, typically when we see some strength in the equity markets, financials take part in that. And we've seen a big pullback from all-time highs in banks so far this week. So that'll be interesting.
Okay, Tempest AI from yesterday was very active.
Earnings next week. Maybe we get NVIDIA Wednesday.
Inside day today.
Salesforce, Marvell, Workday also. So
Walmart active this morning. Inside day. I would give this about 6 or 7 days to base. We got less than 30 seconds to go. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Friday, August the 21st. Coming into the opening bell. 10 seconds. New York bangs are somewhat mixed. Strategy, MSTR, strategy is up this morning. Okay, mRNA.
Hi, took alert plus 800.
Trading between maybe 190 at the downside, about 210. We broke above 220, 225 recently.
Okay, Mara.
Back the last few sessions with the overall
Looking pretty good. Mara gapping up.
It's going to be gross margin. It's going to be that growth rate that I mentioned. It's going to be data center revenue. That grew over 77% on a year-over-year basis last quarter. Have that expanded. Have gross margins expanded. What's their guidance moving forward? The last couple of earnings events from this company have kind of put pressure on the stock and the overall market. It's a big component in the S&P and the NASDAQ 100. The biggest component, so you got to take that into consideration. It's going to have a major impact on what goes on in the markets, but highly anticipated.
All right, just ran a scan of pre-market volume. Let's see what these look like. Okay. CL, Colgate, nothing there. Kraft Heinz, below its pre-market high. M-Chip, nothing there. Okay, looks like the airlines might be up to something, gapping up after a move lower. UAL and DAL. Okay, nothing there. Ross Stores climbing the list. Ross Stores #1. It's gapping up, but fading at the moment off its pre-market high. We're looking for stocks that are above their pre-market high, and pre-market volume has been above average. It is a Friday, so take it a little slow. You don't have to run into anything. Okay, they're still taking profits on the futures. Okay, Shake Shack, what is that doing? Shake Shack is up at the highs. Okay, Netflix, watching Netflix. Okay, Netflix finishing the week so far on a down note. All right, need to see a bid come into Netflix. CBRS. Okay, is mRNA again on the move? mRNA. Okay, inside day. mRNA seems to be in play. It's not above its pre-market high. Pre-market volume was well below average. Pre-market volume on Moderna. Okay. 0.19. Not in play at the moment. Carnival Cruise Lines. Inside day. A lot of stocks getting thrown away. Rocket Labs, RKLB. Below the 200-day. Looking for a bounce in Rocket Labs. Nebius is back up. Nebius. Just looking at stocks, looking for pre-market highs. Most of these are below their pre-market highs. So that's right there is telling you day trade wise, we got to wait. ARM Holdings. CoreWeave, CRWV, CoreWeave, back to the 50-day. A lot of stocks pulling back. Baker Hughes, Energy. Rates have been an issue according to, look at this here. Okay, Baker Hughes, above its pre-market high. Baker Hughes is in play.
Basically what they're saying is, customer wins contract, customer builds data center here, Marvell ships more chips, and then obviously it sees higher revenues. So that's kind of the story here. Management has also gradually raised the outlook to over $11.5 billion here.
Okay, pre-market, this looks pretty good for Baker Hughes. Looks like it's on the move. Above average relative volume, pre-market. You can see the volume pre-market pretty high. Okay, it's 1.7 times. Actually, that was yesterday. Sorry about that. Let's see. There you go. Right at the open. Nice burst in volume. Yesterday was some pretty decent volume too on the pullback. All right. Baker Hughes. Okay. All the New York FANGs are down. Apple is down. Amazon's down. Microsoft is trying to push up. Microsoft. No, nothing there. Broadcom pulled back below the 50-day moving average pretty harshly this week. Okay, reacting to the S&P, just selling right at the open. Okay, let's look at non-zero day. Let's look at net open interest. Resistance overhead. So there's people selling S&P cash overhead for premium. Looks like Taiwan Semiconductor, TSM dropping. Broadcom. That one looks pretty good. Oracle, looking for a follow through in Oracle. Okay, back trying to stay above the 50-day Oracle. The 21-day is going to cross up next week. Okay, Microsoft looking a little better here. Microsoft is above the pre-market high. Pre-market, you can see pre-market volume is pretty low, 0.35. Nothing to do here. Continuing on, Cisco. Regeneron. Okay, Biotechs, XBI. Inside day. Analog Devices, ADI. Just going through the top 10 on the NASDAQ 100. Honeywell, Aerospace, below its pre-market high. Nothing to do. If these stocks can't get above their pre-market highs, I can't express that enough. Okay, we've got Old Dominion Freight above its pre-market high on pre-market volume 4 times normal. Are they buying down here? It's above the pre-market high, so we'll see if it holds this or not. This could just be shorts covering. That's another thing to consider. Okay, Delta, Carnival, on semiconductor, on semi, down, pre-market high, overhead. I don't know. This appears to be a day for shorts. Okay, Shake Shack looking good. Shake Shack of all stocks, gapping up. Meta's pushing up. Check your opening range and your pre-market highs. Below its pre-market high. Volume isn't there yet.
Kick off the morning with the data and the decision. Morning trade line that breaks down the macro moves driving the price action from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints.
Okay, let's see a few more here. Okay, IONQ. Above its pre-market high. Okay, pre-market volume wasn't that much. IONQ's in play. Okay, INQ is moving higher. Broadcom is up. Got a long way to go to get back to an area where I'd be interested in trading it. Cerebras is down. SpaceX is down. Palantir is off. Okay, a lot of profit taking. SK Hynix gapping up, fading, and starting to look like a bounce. SK Hynix, SKHY. Okay, Micron gapping up and seeing some profit taking. Looks like people are just taking profits for the weekend. Okay, let me check out the New York Stock Exchange real quick. NYA. All right, this looks pretty good. Looks pretty good, right? New York Stock Exchange. NYSE. New York Stock Exchange is bullish. So this is profit taking. at the open. Okay, a lot of this is profit taking. Let's look at the equal weight index, RSP, CT, RSP, S&P equal weight. Okay, RSP, the doji on the RSP, the equal weight, 5-day RSP, 5-day range. All dojis. Nah, not all dojis. Okay, banks were off yesterday. Corey's saying banks look good. They're bouncing. Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Wells Fargo, Bank of America. Okay. So a little profit taking at the highs. Okay, Tempest AI was very active yesterday. Inside day today. Shake Shack. Okay, continuation on this trend. It looks like Shake Shack. Okay, S&P 500, you saw what that looks like. It's doji for now. Micron gapping up. Watch Micron.
Yeah, I think you make a great point. And it's something I've heard since the last meeting. What did the Fed care about? He said they're,
All right, gap and fade on Micron. Looking for a bounce. Okay, flat VWAP. Micron is below its pre-market highs.
should be investing in fixed income here, the fixed income. What do you think people should be doing in a portfolio?
I think you definitely have to be very cautious buying bonds past 10 years, even though you have the treasury support out that far. From our perspective, really.
Okay, you want high relative volume. You want to be above the pre-market high to start. Okay, Coinbase on the move. Coin.
It's going to yield you north of 5%, so significantly higher than cash. And you have real rates.
BTC, BITX.
It's very you could have said that a number of years ago, but now you have a lot of income back in fixed income. And
Okay, let's look at MSTR. This is moving back below its pre-market high. Okay, MSTR. Pre-market volume on MSTR.
really is going to matter where you own bonds, just not knowing all bonds aren't going to be treated the same way going forward.
You think about the credit markets overall, it's something you're watching. AI is
All right, pre-market high is way up there. A lot of volume pre-market. You can see a lot of volume here. Look at all this volume in pre-market. Okay. 4 o'clock to 9:30. This looks good. Okay, MSTR. If you're trading any of these, Mara also was up this morning, pushing higher through 12, hit 1230 and got rejected. 50-day is right there. Mara looks good.
Some of these AI-focused names, by nature, bond managers are pessimistic. So you really got to question if you're be owning these names past 10 years, even past 7 years. What really is going to happen, with the profitability and the cash flow. So, you really have to know what you own because you're not getting paid a lot if you're wrong. And so, again, that's why we like the intermediate. You're kind of cushion from possible further interest rate movements out the curve. And then if you are going to take the credit risk, you at least have somewhat more visibility.
So back to go the impact for bonds as you were noting.
Okay, strategy is still holding on to the number one spot on Mara. Looks like it wants to keep going today.
Thank you. Coming up now, we're taking a look at the key levels to watch in the triple Qs with Rick Ducat.
Okay, looks like Mara wants to keep going. It's above its pre-market high. Looks like it's going to keep going. Mara is worth a look.
Jenny Horn, we go beyond the headline, tracking the trends, sector moves, and fundamentals shaping the markets in real time. This is Schwab Network. Subscribe at schwabnetwork.com. Have you ever watched an interview and thought, I wish they had 5 more minutes, or I want to know how they discovered that hidden gem? That's exactly where Market Matters comes in. I'm Harley Hayden, and our podcast
Okay, let's keep an eye on Mara.
we're going beyond get to the heart of the people and companies driving the global economy. If you want the full story, not just the headlines, Market Matters is for you. Subscribe wherever.
Mara.
I'm Diane King Hall on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. When markets react, we are
Walmart. I wouldn't can be concerned about Walmart for a few days. Give it about a week to base.
on this Friday morning. Hope you're feeling pretty great. We are looking at the triple Qs, and lead market technician Rich Ducat is with me for the week down about 2.5% pressure on tech. Rich, some of your thoughts on these charts?
Yes, not the greatest week for the tech sector here. We can see the triple Qs up 26 point.
Okay, Mara's on the move. Looks good.
Trading days. Second place out of our 4 here, the Russell ETF IWM.
Mara's worth a shot. So what we would look for here is for prices to continue to catch a bid. We're above the 50-day moving average. You can clearly see shorts covering Wednesday and Thursday. Mara's on the move. Tempest AI looks pretty good too. Tempest AI. All right, Tempest AI right here. Stop under 66. Mara stop under 12.
Also 735. The low point before a gap to the downside matches up with subsequent highs. To the downside here are our supportive areas. We've had a repeated floor near about 708 as well as near 702. 024 became new resistance. We can see that that has been tested once more. That's also kind of where our gap takes place here that we saw to the upside. Now our moving averages that we have here come in right around our
Okay, Mara.
21 day, right around
Let's see, SoFi. It's got to get above that 20 level. This has been a struggle for SoFi, getting back above 20 and staying above it. The weekly time frame, you've seen this before. It's above the 10 EMA, staying above the 10 EMA for the most part, especially in the last few months. It's been the majority of the time staying above the 10 EMA, so buyers are still here. That said, it is struggling. Okay, Mara pulling back here. Mara pulling back.
Monthly expiration here, September 18th, our yellow box, 28 days out, plus or minus 5.1% during that time frame, potentially.
Okay, Rich Ducat, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Somebody took a little profits there on Mara.
Thank you, Rick.
Tempest AI continues to climb. Tempest AI. That was very active yesterday, along with Alibaba. Let's see if Alibaba catches a bid. It was, see, this is the thing I don't like about Chinese stocks. It was up big yesterday, gaps down. Baba might be worth a shot. Not really crazy about these.
tariff relief on 300 million metric tons, or excuse me, 300,000 metric tons.
Tempest AI looks good. Tempest, TEM.
Provide a little bit of relief to the consumer. That works out to about £1 per.
Okay, those are three. Mara and Tempest are the best right now. Nike. Man, Nike's been getting raked over the coals with the commentary lately. Nike.
Beef prices ease a little bit in the last couple of months, and that is a little bit of relief for the consumer. The structural problems remain the same, though. The beef herd is small since 1951, and it's going to take years to correct that if it can ever be.
Okay, it's MRNU, MRNU. Oh, MRNA, yeah. MRN. Are there some other mRNA? Pre-market volume was pretty low.
Yeah, Nasdaq's on the verge of turning red here. I think it's pretty fascinating. It's continued to be quite heavy.
All right, S&P continues to drop off here. Okay, S&P futures continue to drop off. Are giving back all of the morning gains.
Semiconductors broadly doing quite well. The NeoCloud names are all right. The photonics names are doing quite well. But you know, Nicole, there's a lot of kind of converging themes at the same time. Earnings have been very, very strong.
Tempest AI breaking out. Tempest is ripping now. Okay, TEM is on the move.
Despite some efforts from the government, and all of this has fed into a marketplace that is seeing gold move higher, which I'm sure Sterling has some thoughts on, as well as Bitcoin. And the Bitcoin story to me is the story of the week. It's the biggest move that we've seen on a weekly basis since March of 2023, Nicole. And we know Bitcoin tends to feed on itself when it comes to upside volatility. So I'm really excited for that.
Okay, Coinbase continues. Coinbase. Coin. Strategies hanging into the top spot. Okay, Bitcoin, BTC. Bitcoin. 3 white soldiers. Bitcoin, 3 white soldiers on Bitcoin, watching that. Big move here. Bollinger Band's exploding volume. Way, way above average for the past 3 days. So it's obvious that they're into this one. Coinbase looks good. Coin. Put a stop under VWAP 185. Okay. Tempest AI looking good. Tempest. All right, all of these are doing well. Okay, Tempest. Mara. Okay, Mara's already had a crossover once. SoFi is bid. SoFi ripping. SoFi is ripping here. Coinbase. All right, all these look good. Mara, Coinbase. Okay, Mara looks like it's going to stall here. Mara. Coinbase, Mara. Mara's stalling now.
So the nice thing about swap coaching is that clients get access to 9 different sets of expertise.
Engage with you in chat. It shows me who would engage with you outside.
Okay, Coinbase moving off of my screen here.
Somebody's a real bookworm, they've got courses for you. They can dig in on
Coinbase looking good.
So you get that opportunity to share experiences and knowledge with other traders. They're going to help each other step by step along with the education that we provide as well.
We're gonna be able to help you regardless of where
We're still selling. Futures are still selling. Rates are an issue. Bessent has been talking about the long end for a few days. So if you have opportunities to take profits off into strength on longer term positions or shorter term positions, I should say, I'm not too worried about longer term positions. Short term positions that expire in the next few weeks. Got to keep an eye on rates. Seems to be an issue they've been talking about a lot in the last couple of days. Japan apparently still selling U.S. Treasuries. That's putting pressure on yields. All right, let's look at the U.S. 10-year. Okay, it's back up again. Okay, what is... Okay, junk bonds doing? Junk. HYG. Less risky than junk bonds, but they continue to trend. The 10-year yield, TNX. That's okay. Let's look at breadth. Breadth looked pretty good this morning, I thought. Everything is pointing higher. Number of stocks advancing. 335 stocks advancing on the S&P. More than 50% of the Qs are rising. So that looks pretty good. Though futures are lower, it does appear that it's just people taking profits first 15, 20 minutes of the trading day. It's 10 o'clock already. We got the New York Stock Exchange rising. That doesn't indicate a sell-off. TEM, opening range highs right up there, looking for a breakout. SoFi, all right, a little bit of profit taking right there at the opening range high. Volume isn't really, it's a two times normal. Okay. Okay, Tesla's on the move. Tesla on the move. Tesla, boom, there goes Tesla. Watch Tesla here. Good example of something. If you've got Tesla options or Tesla short term, your mindset is short term, you're pushing above these breakout levels, okay? It's breaking out of a ascending base, okay? Tesla breaking out. Tesla breaking out of a 4-week ascending wedge base, it looks like. Coinbase looking good. Mara, no follow through yet. Mara. Tempest continues to move. Tempest, there goes Tesla. See, I have Tesla, right? Didn't I buy some Tesla yesterday? I know I talked about it. I talked about Tesla, not necessarily that I was going to buy something. I do have December options, Tesla. No, I didn't add to it. Okay. Looks good there. Opening range breakout. To be clear, with an opening range breakout, this is about a 50% probability. The opening range surge in volume gives you about a 60% probability. And then you have to just keep an eye on this. Watch the 3 and the 9 EMA. Okay, watch the 3 and the 9 EMA. If those start to cross over, give you a bear cross, that's your exit signal. Or if you get 3 bearish candles in a row, that's also an exit signal. Tesla looks really good here for a Friday. Maybe we get some cheap options for today's expiration or next week. Probably better to take next week's options, right? Let's see. 31st is a Monday, right? The last trading day of the month. Okay, Tesla looks good. Tesla. Tesla looking good.
So really showing strength there. And again, Sam, this is the drumbeat of the U.S. economy just keeps chugging along, especially when you think of services and retail that we're getting raw stores. We're looking at big, great earnings from them today. So yeah, pretty solid numbers here from PMI Composite Flash.
Yeah, looking at the price pressures, it does say in this report from the global US flash PMI, similarly to what we saw in the Euro.
All right, Tesla's on the move.
The input costs have moderated, although they still remain elevated. And here in line, of course, what we're seeing with respect to oil. I know that obviously that is easing some of the
Tesla.
right now about inflation expectations. But what are we seeing on oil right now? I mean, we haven't really budged over the last 24 hours or so. It looks like there's a lot of back and forth happening, confusing headlines.
Tesla looking good. All right, big move on Tesla. Running here. Wow, nice move on Tesla.
Trade with Iran may be pushing the right button at the right time, which is not hitting Iran with bombs, but hitting Iran in their wallets. That might be the right strategy. Now, we have no new breaking news on crude oil, but crude oil is starting to drift to the downside. I've got crude oil futures right now, 86.38, down about 0.5%. Now, that's giving support to a market that was already higher to start the day. It's almost like
Tesla still pushing. All right, futures are starting to turn. Futures are starting to turn. Don't forget what happened last Friday. We popped up like this and we faded the entire day. Merck moving with Moderna. Okay, Tesla. Looking really good. I'm sorry, you're not seeing what I'm seeing. Tesla. Look at all these orb signals. Tesla. Buying today's options pretty cheap. Right out of the outside of the just out of the money. Tesla continues to pump. Tempest AI continues to push. Coinbase is at the highs right now. Tesla is in play. Tesla been in play this morning.
Certainly part of that is shorts covering, but right now momentum is on the side of the bulls when it comes to cryptocurrency. Now, crossing over to metals, all you have to do, Sam, is look at the 5-day or 10-day chart of the US dollar, and you can see why the momentum or the tailwinds are behind metals. Jumping on this news, that softer dollar, the good week it's had going lower is really fueling a rally in metals, Sam.
Yeah, no doubt the metals, like what we've seen in the dollar this week, as that's come off substantially, and gold had a very good day. That section we had the yields backing off quite substantially, but also with respect to the flash PMI.
Tesla, no profit taking yet. A little bit of profit taking. It looks like a few people took profits just now.
But in places like the Eurozone, I mean, Germany's looking resilient. Japan's firing up with all those exports of semiconductor equipment, AI-related products as well. I mean, you need all the metals you can get. With that, do you want to leave us with a final thought on this market before we
Tesla.
The overall tension that has been nagging this market seems to be de-escalating right now. A positive crude oil, or positive I mean on the downside, a positive reaction to crude oil to end the week.
Jim Cramer.
Pretty much like what's happening with the economy, like what's happening with corporate earnings, like the economic data, and just need the nagging problem of crude oil to dissipate a bit, Sam.
Yeah, absolutely. Going into a very consequential week with a lot of event risks on the horizon, as I mentioned, with NVIDIA, PCE, and Jackson Hole. We'll be watching, Kevin. Really appreciate it. Thanks so much. Coming up, we'll discuss the health of the U.S. economy and what this week's trade.
Jim Cramer sold all of his Bitcoin a few weeks ago, so we could all enjoy the bull market. Thank you for your sacrifice. I love it. All right, Tesla's starting to see some short covering. I mean, some profit taking. I would take profits if you've got short-term profits. Tesla. Tesla profit taking here. A little bit. 3 and 9 EMAs have not. They're crossed yet. Okay, S&P bouncing. Okay, let's look at hedge flows. Not much to see here. I wish I could give you something better. All right, you can see a lot of resistance overhead. A lot of purple on the screen. It looks like they sold a lot here. Overhead, that's at 76.85. $76.85. Okay, in a minute, I'll start. Okay, futures still fading a bit. Mara, no follow through yet. Mara. Mara. What are you doing, Mara? Okay. Okay, Mara, what are you doing, Mara? Okay. We've got a open range breakout volume spike on the bearish side, so take profits. Okay, Mara fading here. Tesla's still looking okay. Microsoft turning now. Let's see what Microsoft can do for us. Microsoft. Okay, it's above its pre-market high. Okay, Microsoft is breaking out, opening range breakout. Breaking higher. There goes Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft trailing stop on that one. That's going. There goes Microsoft. Keep an eye on Microsoft. Looking good. Okay, we got a nice look to it yesterday. 5-day base, Microsoft 5-day base. There goes Microsoft. Opening range breakout, triggering. Opening range breakout is triggering on Microsoft. 5-day base, looking for it. Okay, Microsoft. Microsoft. Yeah, go Microsoft. Make my day. Okay, looks good. Microsoft. Oh, big reversal here. Okay. They just swept that. Okay, so they just swept that high. They being institutional. Let's see what they're up to here. If we bounce it all, Microsoft. That wasn't nice. Okay, it looks like a little liquidity sweep at highs right here. Okay, so we have the opening range high. We push above the opening range high. What do institutions do? They push it through. People chase it. They take out stops. They reverse it. Let's see if we push higher now. We got to get back above the high of the day. Got to get back above this level here. Otherwise, it looks like a liquidity sweep. It's a way for institutions to get people to chase so they can sell into strength. I don't have any Microsoft left. Okay. Strategy. Okay, strategy, MSTX. MSTX. Big gap up. Okay, Bitcoin, BTC. Bitcoin. Okay, they did sell into that strength right there. Below pre-market highs. We want stocks. If you're going to trade to the long sides, look for stocks above the pre-market high. Right now, it looks like they are shorting the high. Okay, it looks like we're shorting the high. Okay, Tesla still hanging in there, showing relative strength. Lots of opening range breakout, trigger alerts. Okay, let me just turn down the noise here. All right, S&P still hasn't followed through yet. Looks like a doji. We got resistance overhead. Support is starting to build right here at 76.45. Let's go back to 930. Watch this level right here. Okay, watch this level right here. This is going to grow right there. Okay, so we're only, what, 40 minutes into the trading day? All right, we're already 40 minutes into the trading day, and this level right here is starting to build. It looks like we're going to ping pong between these two levels. Okay, we'll come back to this. Tesla still showing profit taking. All right, liquidity sweep on Microsoft. Yes, no, yes. Looks like a liquidity sweep on Microsoft. Okay, it's Friday. A lot of people getting trapped. SoFi fading off of the high. That was a pretty nice run up on SoFi. Shake Shack, that's been pretty bullish today. Shake Shack, it's tapering off right now. Tempest AI, okay, that's also taking a break. So they're selling the high right now. Mara, they sold the high. Seems to be the story right now. Tesla, strategy. They sold the gap up on strategy, looking for a pop. Coinbase. All right, they sold the high. Ross Stores, what do they have? Earnings. Ross Store has earnings, gapping up, fading right back to the 50-day. Nike paying a dividend next week. Gilead, the pharmaceuticals seem to be pharmaceuticals in play. There goes Gilead. All right, so John pointing out, Mr. Smith pointing out, Gilead, Merck, Moderna, XBI. Gilead ripping here. That's trending. This looks like it's going to break out. What's going on with Gilead? Okay, Gilead looks good. What about XBI? XBI. Okay, big gap up on XBI. Okay, I have some XBI options. Okay, that's looking okay. Cerebrus up a little bit today. BITX up a lot. BITX. All right, BITX is up a lot. Let me see. When did I buy BITX? Let me check. View trades. BITX bought on August the 19th. That was 2 days ago. Okay, so I bought BITX 2 days ago, gapping up out of that purchase. Okay, so you know what? I'm going to take a little bit off here. I bought a little bit too much, but it's up a lot. So I'm going to sell half. I'll sell 10. I have 20. I'll sell half. Let the rest go. I have December 15, 20 calls. Okay. All right. BITX. I just sold 10 calls into strength. It did dip a little bit. It's a little deceiving. It's only like 25 cents from the high right there. It gapped up. So I'm looking at the gap more than I'm looking at the 20 cents it pulled back on the 5-minute or the 2-minute, whatever you're looking at. BITX, I took half off. Bought on Wednesday, selling half today. Okay, that's way the hell up there. And I got the 15-20 call spread. December DTE, okay. Tempest still going. Tempest strength. New highs. New high of the day for Tempest. TEM, new high of the day. Okay. Looks like it's going to keep going. What's Baba doing? Baba made a new low for the week. All right. I don't like these Chinese stocks. You trade them one day, you got to take profits the same day. That's been my experience. I'm sticking to it because they are very gappy. Now let's look at Baidu, for example. Baidu. Okay, look at all those gaps. You know, if you bought on Monday, you're sitting on a losing position on Tuesday. And then you're here, it's Friday, and you're hoping all week, and you're like, that money is a waste. So if you day trade a Chinese stock, that's what I would suggest. Just day trade them. It's not a racial commentary. What's the? I'm not going to get into that. It is more an observation. Okay, so Tempest AI. We know Pelosi's in this one. The 20 calls. All right, Tempest looks like it wants to keep going here. Been strong. Tempest. Tempest. Looks like it wants to keep going.
Usually we don't tend to pay too much attention, I should say, or it doesn't take the number one spot of attention.
Okay, going down the list of stocks that were active this morning. Okay, SpaceX is turning up off the low. There was some people that sold apparently yesterday, right? Another lockout. It's holding the 21 day. So this pullback is an opportunity, not a panic button. You don't need to push the panic button. SpaceX is a longer term play. Don't forget that $2.2 billion position that Harvard University has in its endowment fund. They bought, or they had an allotment during the IPO, and they just reported it. I forget the exact reason, but it turns out at this point, to be $2.2 billion worth of stock. Okay, now they probably bought at a discount, obviously. They were probably awarded shares at a discount. But the number 2.2 billion was a big deal. Let's see.
What is the signaling then beyond where they believe is the line in the sand there, the 30-year, particularly when it comes to the dollar, because there's been a lot of talk this week also about the fact that this could benefit exports too.
Yeah, so I think that's also a very good point that you brought up, is that it has been a relatively global phenomenon. So it's not just the Treasury itself. A lot of attention has been paid towards the U.S. markets, and yes, it is something that we're obviously closely watching, but it's also a global phenomenon.
Okay, so Harvard. Let's see what Harvard. Okay, acquired its shares before the initial public offering. Got that part right. Was still a private company. The position only recently became public knowledge when HMC filed its mandatory Q2 second quarter Form 13F with the Securities and Exchange Commission in mid-August. Okay, so that's they have exactly 12,935,100 shares of SpaceX. The stake is valued at the current basis, right? As of June. This single investment accounts for over 50% of Harvard's entire 4.26 publicly disclosed U.S. equity portfolio. All right. So let me just I'm taking notes because I want to talk about this in the weekend video. Okay, what else is doing? The S&P is not following through yet.
And the way we like to really break it down is Fed funds expectations, inflation expectations, and then the term premium. And a lot of the attention this week has been paid to that term premium, and it has been moving up. And part of the reason is the federal deficit, the fiscal situation that we're currently in. So I think that term premium is going to stay relatively elevated going forward, and that'll probably put a little bit of a floor on how much lower the yields can go, Sam.
So what are you expecting from Kevin Walsh at Jackson Hole then next week?
I think that's going to be the
Jackson Hole. That's the other thing. Next week, we've got Jackson Hole. So I'd be reducing my risk again. We had some nice gains in some of these stocks. Tempest looks like it wants to go. Nike looks like it wants to go.
something that we're going to be closely watching next week. Do we get more information about ultimately what those task forces have been deciding or what they're planning towards potentially changing? We do know that obviously he's very focused on the inflation mandate, so I would not be too surprised if we hear more about price stability and getting that back under the 2% target. I don't expect that if
Okay, Google Alphabet also has a big stake valued at $94 billion. Okay. All right. SpaceX. Riot. Riot.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts,
Let's see, Tony. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
You can spend less time searching and more time.
Yeah, I would get out, Tony. I'd get out. If you're in Riot, I mean, it's been in an 8-week base. This is dead money. It's not going anywhere. It's kind of like SoFi. If I didn't have options, a smaller position, I'd be out of this one too. If I had shares, I'd be like, I would have sold this already. SoFi. It's dead money until it breaks out. Once it breaks out, then you've got a trend to deal with. SpaceX looks okay. That's a cold nose. You have a very cold nose, Missy. How's your boo-boos? Your boo-boos okay? Yeah. There you go. Okay, SpaceX.
Creative with ways they are raising money for the AI builder, using a $500 billion financing plan, buying NVIDIA. In the presentation, the main players in the sector, we do have Broadcom trading plan over 1% right now. This news that is TSMC, which is almost up 1% right now. NVIDIA though lower, AMD on the back as well. So a mixed picture across our chips. That's the mixed up the players this morning following this news. The focus of the morning trade. So joining us for is Molly Caden, host of Trading 360 and Market on Close. Alongside myself, Molly, happy Friday to you. Let's just talk about this financing deal because obviously report at this stage nothing has seemed to have been confirmed, but it's not the first time we've heard of tech companies tapping the debt market. But how significant is this? No, I mean it's just another potential deal in the latest flurry of moves that we've seen to fund this AI infrastructure build out. But again, as you mentioned, it's just reports right now. Bloomberg, the initial reporter of this, that Broadcom is in talks with a group of lenders that aims to raise more than $60 billion in debt here in a financing deal that will reportedly benefit Anthropic and other companies. The financing is reportedly still being finalized. It may also include a roughly $30 billion junior debt tranche. So, under this proposed plan, Broadcom would allegedly guarantee a portion of the senior secured tranche, which could range from about $60 to $70 billion. Cumulatively, that's
All right, S&P continues to fade here. S&P. Coinbase is hanging in there. Okay, SpaceX, S&P. This is a note from yesterday, by the way. That was a 99 percentile level yesterday. We have an inside day for now. I do have put flies on the SPY. I have put flies in case this does pull back. Okay, 760, 750, 740. Put flies, they're cheap. They were cheap. I think they were like 40 bucks. They should be like $1 or more now. And the expiration is the end of the month, I believe. Let me just check here.
That first deal, of course, Broadcom backstopped most of that debt and investors, which include all analysts for that, and the purchase of the custom AI chips, which were then leased to Anthropic. That enabled the senior debt tranches to win investment. We could see a similar structure here, but again, this is just reporting right now. It would not be unlikely to see this will come to fruition, as we've already seen similar deals like this. Yeah, absolutely. Going on with this about how AI is being financed right now, whether it's going to be a revival with video and also just bringing up more credit to the market.
Shake Shack. SPY's still moving lower. Shake Shack. Okay. It's at the highs. This is kind of dead money. What do I have here? December 80, 85 calls. Can we break to the upside? Oh, it feels tired. All right, if I can get out at the high of the day, I will do that. Let me see. Shake Shack. Every time Josh pumps this, I look at it, I decide maybe I'll try it. Doesn't seem to work. Interesting. I have a limit order. Price is above the limit. Maybe I'll get what do you want? You want more? Okay. All right, Shake Shack, pre-market volume. Normal. It's just trending. I'll just sit on this one until it gets going. Tempest AI still going here. Tempest AI. Tried to get on a dip, didn't happen. Tempest AI. Opening range breakout on volume. Let's see. Is this a liquidity sweep? What are we doing here? I'm more inclined to be taking some profits off into strength. This time of day, 10:40 to 11 o'clock. It's a Friday. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from the closingprint.com. It's Friday the 21st. Rather than buying up here, I'd be looking to sell into strength. You might miss the high of the day for now. But I don't like the way they're talking about rates, especially the 30-year US 30 bond. US 30-year bond yield, 5.28. I'm surprised Russell hasn't been in the room. Okay, the high was recently. The high was right here at 5.33%. I believe that's an all-time high, right? Let's see. Let's go out to 12 months. No, that's not what I want. No. Okay. Yeah, see, that looked like a liquidity sweep. So buying there at the high of the day, that would have been a mistake. Google turning up. Netflix is turning up. All right, so if you want to sell some premium, my suggestion would be to go out to October. Okay, this is what I've been selling. I'm going to show you what I've been selling here. Okay, what do you want, Kat? You ate all that? Are you hungry or something? Okay, so this is what I am currently in. The Netflix 7065. That's close to $1,000 now. 10 total. My plan is, and I talked about this yesterday, my plan is sell put credits. And as I'm selling put credits, I'm buying shares with the money. Technically speaking, I already have the money. The point is I'm selling premium. I can now take that money and buy shares. As the shares rise, I want to sell covered calls. Okay, so maybe I sell the 90 strike call. It's above the 200-day. Maybe I sell the 90 strike call. So now I've got premium on both sides. And if the stock continues to move higher, that's what I'm looking for. Plus, I have shares in NFXL. I don't have shares in Netflix. Yes, I do, actually. I was checking that yesterday. I have Netflix shares as well. Netflix proper. Let's see. Yeah. I have 100 shares in Netflix proper. Not a lot. 1,000 shares of NFXL. I plan to add to that. And I got 10 of the 6570 puts for October. Those are doing really well. Let me see. I have a limit order to sell, close this position. Maybe yeah, so I don't think this is coming back to 70 anytime soon. Okay, so I have spreads. No hurry. It's a Friday. Okay, so if you're impatient about taking a trade right now, I would suggest just take your time because the markets have pulled back. Netflix. Let me see if I marked this up. I think I did. Netflix. No, I didn't. Yeah, I did. Okay, there it is. Okay, I just didn't see it was off the screen. All right, so this is what I took. $93 credit at the time. I wouldn't sell the same ones. I would sell like the 75, 70. All right, so I would be looking at I would be looking at doing something like 75, 80. I'm sorry. I'd be looking at sell the 75 and buy the 70. All right, so I'd just be building credits along this way. If you're thinking about doing that, that's what I would be doing. All right, let me just. Let me just pull this down here. Okay. Okay, so maybe the 75, 70. You could do October. You got a 20, 50-day cross. Okay, so we'll do that. We'll suggest this.
From tech to energy, crypto to consumer, we focus on what's driving investor sentiment right now.
All right, so 75, 70, put credit.
That could certainly be a short to near-term catalyst.
All right, so that looks good. We'll come back to this. 20, 50-day cross. Okay, that looks good. I'll say by the time people wake up to this potential, I believe Netflix is going to be closer to the 200-day, which is up here near the 90 level, I guess. All right. Cool. All right, Netflix. All right, so that looks good. Netflix. Apple's turning the corner. You might want to try a trade on Apple. It's well below its pre-market high, but it probably, maybe it closes above the 50-day. Be worth a shot. Apple. SoFi. Okay. So we've been trying to get my attention this morning. I've been preoccupied with Tempest AI. All right, Meta's trying to move. Tempest AI, the Bitcoin stocks. Watching Apple. That's worth a shot. Apple. Do I have any Apple that I want to unload? Let me just check real quick. Apple, I do. Let's see. Apple.
It's telling me we're still looking for value. I mean, we're sitting here with fairly high oil prices, to say the least, and the consumer is looking to save money anywhere they can.
Apple, I do. All right, I have 320 calls. Those are out of the money right now. Apple, I have some calls that are out of the money. They're September, but those are off about $65 per contract right now. So Apple, my current position in Apple, I got a 320 call. They're off about actually a call spread. 320, 325 for September. They're off about $65, $70, $75 per contract. Looking for Apple to turn back up. BITX keeps going. I did take half off into strength. I had too many. I had 20 calls. I took 10 off. Bitcoin looks really strong. I have Coinbase as well, CONL shares. I'm thinking about adding to the shares of CONL. I mean, this is really cheap. Let me do that. Let's see. Let me double up on. Okay, I have 500 shares. Let me double up on this. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to double. I'm just going to go 250. Buy another 250. Okay.
Again, with that diverse business model, and you're selling everything from furniture to towels to, food, TJX is not going to be.
All right, I bought 250 shares of CONL. I just filled at.
And I think the street has gotten used to TJX.
Filled at 646.
We got out of COVID, and that's just not realistic. There are going to be times where a company's going to hiccup a little bit. The assortment's not going to be flawless. The consumer may find other alternatives for a short period of time, and that's why retail's not a short game. The best retailers in the world plan for the long term. They're not going to worry and bring their hands.
No, 50 days too far away. A low of the day. Low of the day. Okay, Coinbase and COIN, those are looking good. Okay, Google's starting to push off. SpaceX turning. You can't possibly be still hungry, are you? You're still hungry? All right. What else is going on here? Okay, Google's on the move. Google breaking out, opening range breakout. Google looking good. Yeah, dollar's already in it. Yeah, dollar. That's a compliment, not a dig. You trade these same stocks over and over, right? For the most part, it's a good habit to get into. Our Netflix still going. I'm gonna add. Let me see. October. Let me do October. Okay, October. What do I want to do here? October. Netflix. Should have done it at the low. Yeah, it's gone too much now. Now, if you're going to sell put credits, it's always a good idea to do it at the low of the day where puts are more expensive. You can get more premium. I mean, it should seem logical. If you sell a put at the high of the day and the stock pulls back, you're giving up all that premium. And you might get nervous that you sold something $1 that's now worth 50 cents. Or reverse. You sold premium on a put for $1 and now it drops to $1.50. So you're missing out on 50 cents per contract, and that'll look like a negative. So you sold at $1, say 5, so you have $500 invested. All of a sudden, it moves against you. So you want to sell put credits at the low of the day. You want to sell call credits. Did I say that right? You want to sell put credits at the low of the day. You want to sell call credits when it's up at the highs. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Netflix still going here. Okay, looks good. Netflix, I'm looking at this as a position that I'm going to hold into year end, hopefully. Should be good. Let me see if I want to add to Netflix. Shares look good. Okay, I got Netflix shares. Those are positive. I have Netflix put credits. I have Netflix calls. Oh, I have calls that. Okay, I got to get out of these. Okay. Working orders. Netflix. Okay, Netflix on the move. Okay.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking. The checking account built for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by JE.
Okay. Sean, I don't know if you're listening, but I moved my good till canceled. All right, credit spreads are working really good. Okay, there goes Microsoft on the move here. Microsoft. Microsoft. Okay, I sold Microsoft already. I'm looking to get back into the 500 510s for December. McDonald's. Okay, Mara. Tesla looking good. There goes Meta. Meta's breaking higher now. There goes the S&P reversing. Okay, shorts are covering. Let's look at Trace. Hedge flows turning up. Microsoft looks good. Okay, all the New York Fangs are starting to wake up now. So if we look at the New York Fang, this is our barometer. Netflix still going here. Netflix. Okay, looks good. Netflix, thank you. All right, Netflix still going. Tesla's on the move. Okay, S&P on the move here. Looks good. If you want to take some longs, we got resistance right overhead. Okay, 99 percentile right there. Okay, so if you're taking a long here at this point, you're going to run into resistance here shortly. Okay. Mm-hmm.
They did warn about this significantly harder year by year of 2026. Two straight quarters of 10% growth and another increase. It does seem like right now this continued outside sales growth is going to need to continue, right, to justify the valuation. And so the street likes the same. I saw a lot of analysts reiterate their current stance, but amongst the off-price retailers, Ross historically is the lowest price point of their average items. And so that puts it below like a TJX or a Burlington. So this is a true value play. Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, as far as the street, I know I saw a couple of price target increases this morning when I was just sort of looking at some of the reaction here. But what is the sell side saying about what's happened with roster? How are they looking at it? You did highlight a significant tariff impact there, and also that they now have harder comps in the second half. Yeah, and I will say that it's not like ridiculous forward PE, but trading with the 30 times is expensive in retail. But if you look across the board, first of all, there are no bears in this name. There are definitely more skewing towards that bullish camp. You have 14 buys per back set and around 7 hold, so not a huge amount of analyst coverage. But if you look across like the overall conviction today, we started seeing Evercore raise their price target to 290, Bernstein also 240, Wells Fargo raised their price target to 248. So the limiters are a bit more modest. We're trading at around 237 and some change right now. A lot of these price targets that we used to sure they're high, like 290 was more often. We also did see like UBS to 239, 232. All the max in this name though are 257 a share even, and so we're down about 7.6% from at that level. We are actually still also lower this week, and so it does seem like the street expects some moderation, like not huge upside for space. Typically just less volatile than say like AI driven tech. Jenny, really appreciate you breaking down those numbers for us and also the reaction from the sell side. There was some of those price target increases. I think the highest one I saw was 310 from Truist. So it's a potential upside there. Really appreciated Jenny Marco. So next Jen investing conversation. Welcoming Chris Bermulin, the founder and chief investment officer. Chris, great to have you back on the show. Now, I was looking over the notes. Earnings have been supportive of equities, but the 30-year treasury is flagging. We hit 5.3.
What do you want? That's food right there. All right, so Tesla looking really good for those of you in Tesla. That's working pretty nice. Tesla, I'd say the opening range breakout is working. Mm-hmm. 21 days moving up, 200 days turning.
People are nervous about holding dollars. They don't want to get into the U.S. bond market because they're fearful. So where do they go? They need to go to a different type of currency, right? We're seeing people move into Bitcoin, which is obviously cryptocurrency. We're seeing gold. It's another type of currency. So we're seeing the precious metal space and the crypto space really find a tailwind here. And money moving out of the dollar and kind of away from the bond market. So this is telling us there's global fear. There's long-term fear. We got a lot going on underneath. When you look at the market, I think concerns are starting to climb for the stock market to run out of wind. But as you mentioned, we have good earnings. The trends are still up. but investors are getting worried about holding the dollar, and so they're moving to different asset classes outside of the equities market right now, looking for that safety in different currencies.
And Chris, if we continue to see yield rising along with equities, can stocks continue to make new highs if we, tick on the 30-year back above 5.3% or even higher, or even more towards the middle of the curve? If those yields keep going up, how much longer can this happen?
That's a big question. They can, but there's no doubt if rising rates are going to continue to keep some pressure on the markets. Now, the U.S. market is the top performing market in the world. It's really starting to draw money in from the whole world. People are moving into it, and it's really driving things up. The AI bubble is still here. Anthropic's set to be a bigger IPO than SpaceX. Anything IP, everybody wants in. So I still think we're going to see equities grind their way up. I still think semiconductors are still a little bit of worry and concern. There's been a wave of news and costs rising, and there's been some money flowing out of there. But I still think we're going to see another wave of buying, and I think the stock market has potential for another leg up. I think we could see the S&P 500 run about 10%, the NASDAQ over 10%. There's still some pretty good upside in this market, but if rates really pick up speed, that is going to definitely mute the upside potential on equities.
And so, Chris, let's talk about Bitcoin and metals here, because I know you said we're seeing a flight into those, and I know you also like them right now. So let's talk about Bitcoin, because I was just at the top of the show talking about it being north of 77,000. Since early June, we've been sort of trapped in this range between 60 and 65. We've got this renewed push for the Clarity Act, plus we have people trying to find safety in other assets and other currencies here with this move for Bitcoin. How are you looking at playing this rise in Bitcoin, and where are you seeing the opportunity?
Yeah, I'm not looking to get involved in Bitcoin at this point, but there's an ETF around it. Just Block, BLOK, is an ETF around the blockchain. It's coming back to life. It just broke out today after taking a little bit of a breather and a pause. It actually looks like it's
All right, so got a little profit taking now. Tesla,
to around $69 per share. I like this chart.
Microsoft pulling back. Futures did bounce. It looks good.
And so blockchain, I think, in crypto are going to come back to life. I think we're going to see a lot of speculative money pile in. Speculative money loves to go into small caps, which are doing well, Bitcoin, precious metals, and the AI space. So I think Bitcoin's had a very strong pop, and this is the same with gold, silver, and miners as well. And the drop in the dollar, it is a news hit. I mean, the Treasury hasn't really done much yet. We've just had statements, and of course now we've got
A little more profit taking.
So I'm still letting the market digest. This market could still reverse, right? A lot of these pops are on news, and we're going to have to see how this unfolds. But there's no doubt there's momentum in the Bitcoin precious metal space, and we need to be aware of that.
All right, let's talk about silver. You mentioned silver there and the miners. I know you like SILJ, that's the silver miners ETF. How are you looking at that? Because I know you trade from a technical perspective, but is there also a fundamental argument here, given silver and its role in the build out, not just being a precious metal here, but also an industrial metal?
Yeah, I mean, well, so there is a massive, strong fundamental.
Just the visual cue alone for Tesla. Look at all those orb signals. Each one of these are 1.5 times the average volume of the first 30 minutes. So you take the first 30 minutes of the trading day, take an average of that. Every time you get a spike, 1.5 times that first 30 minutes, you get one of these signals. That's telling you what's going on here. They're buying the crap out of this. As it dips, they take some profits, look for another run up. Maybe it runs again. 50 days overhead. SpaceX is looking good too. SpaceX. There you go. SpaceX. All right. SPCH. Did I sell that? No, I didn't. Okay. I still have SPCH as well as SpaceX. 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 Looking for more upside. So Kramer sold all of his Bitcoin. That's pretty interesting. Kramer sold all of his Bitcoin.
In that locker room, I've been reading stories about this for as long as I've been in financial media, even going back when I was just a stock analyst, like athletes, ultimately, even before they retire, and someone in that room, why do these things? What we found, basically off a lot of data points as well as personal experience and talking to of athletes at this point, just getting the commentaries and feedback. I personally believe it's predicated on three key things, right? It's better nowadays. Instead of a 78% hit rate like it was in 2019, 1 out of 6 it's still right? But a lot of that is centered on personal dynamics, especially.
SpaceX looks like it wants to go today.
So a lot of athletes don't choose, and unfortunately, when you get to that,
Okay, what is SPCH doing? SPCH. Mara pulling back. SPCH.
If you don't have a good defense for that, or you have a good understanding of, yes, I'm making $5 million this year, but when my contract's up, I'm going to have a 7 contract, you entertain those reports. So how do you defend yourself? How do you keep all the people that are sort of take the money out? You have to find people who leave it to you, people you trust. They may not be the most, you have a great relationship with your family, it's this a lot. For example, game games as well, right? You find somebody you trust, they may not have a full background in this, but the adaptability and the trust factor matters significantly more, right? You can always hide your expertise. That's one component is just having some people in the corner that you know are there for you. The other aspect is you yourself have to power. You have to understand exactly the consequences of every single one of these asks, right? What's the return, right? Your boy asks you, hey, can I get 10K for like a down payment on a car? To me, mine like this for like 10 million. Yeah, and if it adds up, it adds up. You don't do that one hit, you have like 15, and it's consistently funny. You just have to understand where you are, what that money means to you, what that money means to them, and how you can navigate that and
All right. SpaceX looks good. SoFi looks good.
But I mean, buy a house every year, you tax, maintenance, this, and suddenly now you have 5 giant houses. One of them may not, most of you may not even live in this. It sucks the money. I would say that accounts for half of it, right? Because, for example, in the NFL,
Coinbase, everything is starting to see. Okay, Palantir's looking okay. Palantir, opening range breakout signals on Palantir, trying to break out above 180, needs to get above 180.
But in the previous model, what happens is if you don't understand the cash flow component, right? Yeah, a 200K check every week on the season at large house. A lot of the times, because you move around, you don't understand the house, right? It drains on your bank account. And when you don't have that cash flow monthly, it takes a hit. And the other aspect, let's go back over this. When you invest heavily into real estate, it's illiquid, right? You don't, especially if it's a primary residence or like rural residences on certain states, it's illiquid. So all your money's locked up there. What do you do for a cash flow? Like that's the issue, and that's when they run into issues with spending habits and being able to pay for different thoughts. I'm not familiar with this with coming up. Only what can I tell? Do they have financial literacy classes? What is being taught in these classes if rates of these athletes and they're still going broke in retirement? They're not being taught. I can't tell you exactly what it is, but I have.
Okay, futures pulling back a little bit.
Trying their best to basically put the right people in the right place to be able to empower as well as kind of like walk through the journey of what a financial experience is like for the athlete. But I think a lot of it is predicated on the athlete's own advice. When you think about that, right? So as you have a CFA usually, and if you don't have a one that walks you through like an investment strategy, a cash flow strategy, or a diversification of assets, you need to find that.
Let's say I am a player playing what how should I think about planning for retirement? What is my plan? My financial plan to enjoy my life today, because I'm not pretty hard, but also have which the two would come.
I was going to say answer, but general college debt budgeting, right? So let's say you're making $1 million, right? Or 6% after taxes. Luckily, you can capture that for you, right? So that's a plus there. Understanding what type of lifestyle you want to live, and then budgeting a portion of it to go towards that, and then diversify.
Futures continue to fade.
Of course, about half your net, just to make sure that once you do retire, you have something to fall back on, diversify on some things that are right? So kind of lots of money, right? And then long-term holdings or potential gains.
I remember talking to a fund who invested early in investment franchises. Came and said, try investing into the good stuff. Oh, yeah, he got it really. But what would you recommend? Should they invest in startup companies, or should they go out and buy stock? What is an allocation?
That's a really good question. I would say, I would do my percentage. If that's okay. I would say you should attribute a good amount to just kind of on 401k. And does a great job of matching that. On the other end, we were looking at venture companies in the field markets, right? So I can have 10 investments in Japan, which is great. To that May, they're very high multiples, right? Like even body armor, for example, right? The Asian to October, I think like 40 million, it's like 300 million or something like that. So it's so I would say it should be maybe 10% at most to something like that, just because of the risk factor. And because NFL athletes, I believe their average tenure in the league is 3.3 years as of 2025. You want to make sure you have subsidizing cash flow positive. So that's what we see a lot of guys doing going forward, which is franchises or it's one for that. But I would also caution you, make sure you have the team you can manage that.
SoFi looks like it wants to go some more here. SoFi. Okay. Needs to get above 20. Need to see more volume.
So let's say I retire at 45, retire from like, what am I doing now in retirement that would make me grow? What do you see them doing? Let's say they have $50 million.
Free market volume on SoFi. Okay, it needs to get above this level here.
Those contracts are guaranteed. It's going to cut you, and you're going to go, oh no, I'm going to pay check now. Let's say you spend 10 years in the NBA, being mid-range player, right? Once those are coming, you're probably spending a good chunk of it, right? But once you retire, yeah, you still have a pool of capital, and maybe you'll have some good positive cash flow, but not adjust the long-term spend, lifestyle. As well as
Okay, so we got a few levels overhead to clear for SoFi. That's fine. All right, pre-market volume.
Oh, not, and that's why you have to end up liquidating at a fraction of your cost your assets, because now you realize, oh man, I don't have the cash cushion anymore.
Lastly, what's the place we want pretty hard this to go.
I think we've done a really good job over the last 3.5 years building brand equity, as well as building a safe space for all of our members, which comprises of athletes, investors, family offices, as well as entrepreneurs. What I'd love to be able to do is create a scalable platform where we can deliver a lot of the products for empowerment, a lot of the products for opportunities, especially with athletes transitioning out of sport, even going into corporate, where I see that a lot. We want to be able to scale the company in a way that we can impact.
We do some good work, and I'm going to find it very hard to not text you and ask you about my various injuries.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate that. Yeah, all right, that's it for the latest episode of Power Players. Thanks so much for watching and listening. I appreciate it. Talk to you soon.
Mike, I think you find it. I love how you put this. The real gap is real. It talks about that. Well, the skills gap gets a lot of press, and right now there's 7.6 million open jobs, but all of them require a mastery of some kind of skill, and the skills gap became kind of trope, I guess, because the working assumption was, well, we can just get people the skills they need, then the gap will close. But of course, that ship is long since sailed. And why we spend so much time talking about unemployment numbers as opposed to labor force participation is part of the answer to your question. Nick Everstadt wrote a great book I know your listeners would love. It's called Men Without Work. And the thing that haunts me from that book, and I talk about it a lot today,
Netflix.
Able-bodied men, alive and well.
Okay, just letting things run here. The markets are not following through like I'd like to see, but then, you know, they look okay. They look okay.
What I think is going on, you have $1.7 trillion in outstanding student debt. You've got 6.9 million guys who checked out of the workforce.
Coinbase.
6 million open jobs required for your degree. We're still lending money.
Yeah, whatever.
Your growth in a household survey is running negative. So yeah, we've got this phenomenal corporate sector, phenomenal AI story, phenomenal profits, and no growth in the income that supports 70% of the economy. And we're supposed to say that's resilient. How do you square that circle?
I mean, 4.1% unemployment rate. The fact that we're coming off a base.
Hold on, 4.1% unemployment. Yeah, but hold on, Sarah. You know, the thing is that 4.1% unemployment, but the U6, which is the broadest form of unemployment, is almost an 8. Before COVID, when the Fed was picking the funds rate at $1.75, the U6, which is the broadest measure of unemployment, was 7%. Today it's 8. And so for the people that come to me with 4.1, tight labor market, balanced labor market, why therefore is nominal wage growth slowing down? Nominal wage growth is trending lower month after month, which is not consistent with a labor market. That should not be happening. Others will
Be with us for the big three today, Joe, TJ, and of course, Rick Buchanan.
All right, S&P is starting to bounce now. Let's see what hedge flows are trying to do. We got a level right there. Okay, 0 day right here, 77. Okay, 76.85, 76.85. We got support right in this zone right in here. Targeting 76.85. Okay, Palantir's pushing. Palantir, new high of the day. I have no position in S&P at the moment. I have the spiders, that's it. Put flies and call flies. Something of a strangle, if you will. If the markets go in either direction in a big way, I'll capitalize on it. The put side is bigger. I have twice as many puts as I have put flies as I have call flies. Just looking at it as a strangle, basically. Just a cheap strangle. Okay, so the daily over here. So if we jump above 770 or we move down to 760, these will kick in. Right now they're fairly neutral. They expire at the end of next week.
Connected to what moves the market. Download the Schwab Network app and stream anytime wherever you are.
Sometimes, you know,
Watching SpaceX ticking higher. Thinking about adding to SPCH. SPCH. I'm thinking about adding to that. We dipped, pushing higher. Okay.
This is Schwab Network. Subscribe to SchwabNetwork.com.
Average basically over the last few weeks is right in this area. We're bouncing off of that level of the 21 day, the dashed orange line on the right. Okay, we're looking for a push higher. SpaceX open range breakout levels looking good. SK Hynix also pushing higher. Off the best levels of the session. Pre-market highs overhead. Strategy, MSTR. Tempest AI. Dipping, better entry on the dip if you missed the morning run. Mara. Okay, that faded back to the 200-day. Mara, that looked really good this morning. Selling into strength made sense. What else is happening? Let's see.
Wait for these reports, you know I do. And this one really seems to be showing that we have closed the gap between the AI conversion and the non-AI. So I guess let's stay high level first and just walk us through what you see as the most important takeaways from the report.
Palantir still pushing higher. Palantir. Apple breaking a bit higher. Apple going. Some of you are in Apple. It looks good. Apple running higher. Okay, we got a buy signal here on Apple on a chart that you don't see. Pre-market high right there. We got a hammer right on the 50-day.
So, but let's stay with retail here for a second. You mentioned that we've got these AI referred retail shoppers. They're spending more, 53% more, in fact, and they're also more likely to make a purchase. So, what is the driver behind that?
All right, Apple looks good.
well, what we're finding both through the data that we have in the platform and the survey research is they're essentially pre-qualifying themselves before they make it onto the retail site. So,
Okay, S&P also bouncing, looking good. S&P. S&P also pushing. All right, can we take out the high? Okay, looks good. S&P. Okay, higher highs, higher lows on the S&P.
All right, then let's talk about travel because that was arguably the most dramatic number in the report. With it
Okay, there goes the S&P.
year-over-year in July. But more importantly, that conversion gap has gone from 47% lower than traditional traffic to, as you said, just 1%. I mean, we closed the gap here. Are consumers and how they're interacting with AI, have they essentially moved from using AI as inspiration and research to now actually trusting it enough to make travel decisions and purchases through it?
It's both, really. They're still using it when they're researching.
Okay, so this level right here is 76.85.
What we're finding is, especially when summer, you have fuel price volatility that impacts ticket prices, and you have a consumer that's wanting to understand that they've taken everything into account in planning their trip. So they do get that sense of validation from the LLM agent on that front, and then as they make their way to the sites, that improvement is that the results that they got is improving the purchase rate. So it's really indicative of a consumer that's more comfortable using it, trusting it. We're seeing the trust levels of the AI results really just surge. Those are over 80%. So you have sort of faith in what the agent is providing from a results standpoint. So then the comfortability up in the States using it for travel and more services is happening very quickly.
And there is a very interesting contradiction in the data. It's something that we've talked about more broadly about the discoverability on certain pages and how readable they are to these agents.
Looking good. Markets continue.
But many of the brands are still not ensuring that their pages are readable to these LLMs. So how big of a revenue opportunity is being left on the table when certain LLMs can't access large portions of these sites?
It's a great point because we look very closely at machine readability and how these agents are absorbing content across the
All right, we're moving higher.
Is not machine readable across many of these pages. So the upside is pretty substantial, especially for brands that break out and really take this opportunity to understand is their content well structured and well positioned to absorb.
We're running up against resistance coming in.
All this content and trying to serve the best results to the user. So machine readability is a key component. Overall, showing as a brand across multiple services to provide a sense to the consumer that.
All right, we're at the pre-market high right here. SPY pre-market high.
Visibility score for retail pages is only 61%, and they're leaving 40% off the table, basically, that these LLMs can access. When you look at the airline, it's 42%. So that's 60% of all of the content on their sites can't be read by an LLM. I mean, in theory, Vivek, we're talking about how many people are using these things to plan and book travel. Could they potentially, through their use of an LLM, then be leaving the most affordable flight option or the better flight plan for them? Or the
Jesus, these people are just so woo. Calm down.
Right. All the reasons they find that doesn't look right for themselves.
Well, and I think it's forward guidance. And so this is where we are going into this with risk. We're going into this with inflation risk. And if we don't have positive forward guidance, I think that's going to be the scary part of earnings season where the market will not reward it. However, if we look at the S&P 500, it's expecting over 20% earnings growth.
Right.
If you look at the S&P 500 growth index, drill down into information technology, it's 61%. So to your point, artificial intelligence, that information technology.
Okay, here we go. It's starting to break out.
Earnings growth on the S&P 500, and I think that will continue.
SK Hynix moving higher. A lot of stocks moving up. There we go. S&P is on the move. It's above its pre-market high. SPY above its pre-market high.
Too much by a playbook and not necessarily how they inherently work. When we're looking at PE ratios, we're looking at price relative to expected earnings per share. Expected earnings per share has increased higher relative to the price. So
There we go.
regardless if it's a lower or a higher PE ratio, I want to look at the delta differentiation.
Right.
And that right now is screaming earnings have increased much more than price has, which thus makes it attractive.
Right. And I would agree with you. Go ahead. Well, I think what's interesting right now, we have these two conflicting narratives in the earnings story. You have tech driving most of the earnings growth, which is, I think, great, and that's what we expect to see. This tech concentrated up. So it's concentrated on the earnings side. And if you look at the equal weight S&P, it's outperforming the market cap weight S&P. Yeah. It's on a price action basis.
Okay, so looking pretty good here. The S&P is on the move. All right, looking good. Netflix looking for more upside. Oops.
So a few weeks of gains, some decent strength in consumer discretionary and tech. There could be signs of a bumpy, though, late summer market coming. For that, we'll turn to Mike Santoli back in this one. Yeah, that at least is what the almanac tells us to expect. And you're starting to see a little bit of folks maybe pulling in some of their risk ahead of that. Actually, the 6% jump we got going into this week in 12 trading days, really didn't see people start to get re-risking and more speculative that you might.
Tesla turning back up. Tesla having a good day.
Take hold of the market. Take a look at the gold
S&P breaking out.
ratio. This is just gold relative to stocks. You see that massive spike going to obviously the Iran war, and then before that.
Wow, what a nice move here.
Huge parabolic move in gold came way down and now sharply higher again. Of course, this is the sort of known as the debasement trade, or this idea the dollar's down. Interestingly, when Kevin Morris first took over, and a lot of folks celebrated that gold fell and stocks went up as a sign of, okay, kind of Fed under control. So this obviously is not going back to the highs yet, but it's one thing to keep in mind. I did also want to point out how the market has handled the momentum stock crash. And one of the ways it's done is all of this anti-momentum sectors like healthcare have moved into kind of fill the void. That's the momentum ETF on a one-year basis against XLV. That's healthcare. As you can see, basically coming net at plus 27%. One thing I'm watching is whether healthcare itself is getting a little stretch to the upside. Might get tired here soon. Not that it's not still in strong shape, but that you might have to take a break there and see if the overall market can handle it. Finally, IPOs or recent IPO stocks. In the last few months or couple of months, you've seen them suffer. And those are two ETFs that own recent IPOs. So that's kind of in the aftermath of SpaceX, a little bit of let's reset our expectations there. Right. I'm just thinking of the healthcare thing. I mean, Merck replacing Cisco is the best down name of the year. It's kind of symbolic for sure. And biotech and the news flow has been great, and they've been under-owned, and all the reasons you might expect. They are working, and they're kind of outside really the direct AI build-out trade.
Did you see that this letter I reported from Ken Griffin at Citadel, which I guess the news there is that they successfully shed more than 80% of the aggregate risk in the original portfolio. Of course, after they stepped in, obviously those highly levered AI positions. I mean, that's a lot of selling. I wonder if that's part of the story here in the market.
They were highly levered with situational awareness, own them. They get margin called out. The stock goes into stronger hands. Obviously, Citadel, I think it's net bullish that they've shed 80% because in theory, there could have been this idea that there was this shadow supply out there of these types of stocks. I think that really your bottom signal for tech and for the overall market was the news that situational awareness needed a rescue and got a rescue because it shows you we got a little bit of a washout. You had liquidation type selling going into that. And so this shows you.
Okay, so this looks like the cues look pretty good. You got calls being bought, puts being sold. Looks good. Okay, we're moving above this level here.
Wasn't that big relative to the size of the Nasdaq. It was just the fact that it was levered the way it was and it needed to get out in a hurry because it was marginal.
Some large block trades, though. I would say. All right, thank you, Mike. Mike Santoli, still ahead. The new owner of a rare trading card of Dallas Mavericks star Cooper Flag will join us.
Cooper Flag. That announcer for Cooper, the Dallas, whatever that arena is, that announcer, whenever Cooper, I mean, it's like constant. Cooper Flag. It's like, okay, give me a break already. It's like every time he makes a goal, you got to do that. It's annoying. I mean, I like the guy. The kid is really good. What is he, 19 now? Cooper Flag? You ever watched him? Jeez, he's incredible. The announcer's just annoying as hell. My 2 cents. Not that you care. Right now, the S&P is looking good, breaking higher. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com on a very bullish day. After a dip this morning, looking pretty good. The S&P, spiders continue higher. Thank you. This is looking good. All right, this is a good day. Got a lot of things moving higher this morning. I just made the mistake of looking at my P&L. I hate when I do that. Got to turn that off so I can't see it. Last thing you want to be doing is like focusing on your P&L, because that doesn't help you from a strategy point of view. I had mine on by accident. I just happened to glance at it. It's a good thing. I mean, it's looking good, but we're at the high of the day here. You might want to consider taking a little profits off. Let's see what hedge flows say. We're right at resistance, 99 percentile. Okay, we hit that level. So far, we're above it.
Welcome back. One of the rarest trading cards in sports has been found. Experts say it's worth more than $5 million. This is one-of-one NBA debut card for Dallas Mavericks star Cooper Flag, featuring a patch that Flag wore on his jersey during his first NBA game for the Dallas Mavericks. It's now owned by a 50-year-old father of 5 from South Carolina who spent $515 on the box that included the special card. Let's bring in Jason Williams, the crowd of the card.
That's pretty funny.
Jason, it's a great story. First of all, thank you for taking the time. Can you just tell us exactly how this all went down?
Hey, thanks for having me this morning. I was part of an all-night break with some guys and Brett and I bugs on the team, and they pulled the guard for me. It's been an exciting adventure ever since.
So for people who don't know, like what I mean, obviously this is such a phenomenon. Collectibles are going crazy. So in the break, you buy into a slot, and then there's live stream, right? A post live stream, the opening of the box or the pack. And what, how did that work? What happened next?
So I bought the and that every card in the boxes that we open are going to be behind that team. So you pick a specific team that you want, and then we'll live stream all the cards that come out of the team that you bought that night. Your relationship will be in the middle.
At what point did you realize that you got that card?
I did team last 2 Mondays ago. And
What was your reaction?
it was insane. Those crying, crying. It was emotional. It was addictive. It was
You've been collecting cards.
since I was about 12 years old, so quite a while.
Have you ever? Me too. Right now.
Wow, $550 investment to $5 million. That's cool.
It can't go up from here. People thought Michael Rubin, when he bought Tops, was crazy that it was near the top, and since then it's only exploded. Why do you think this is?
I think the internet's got a big deal with it. You know, it's so versatile. There's so many ways you can get into the hobby now. There's a bunch of different ways you can be exposed to the hobby. So you got a lot of big investors in the hobby now. Me, I'm a small guy. You know, I'm just collecting what I like. Atlanta Braves, my local team, Charlotte Hornets, Panthers, but it's just exposed me to another side of the hobby.
So Jason, how long before you kind of got a sense in your head what this could be sold for, and what will you do with it? I guess is the question.
Well, I knew the magnitude of the card as soon as it got. There's been a lot of hype around it.
Yeah.
As far as the money side of it, I'm sort of taking that slow right now. Having a good time. What I'm doing right now.
I bet he is. I bet he is having a good time. Jesus.
Imagine a scenario in which let Flag's career develop. I mean, look back at at a rookie Jordan or you name it. I mean, the value could go a lot higher.
That's right. We'll see. See what happens in the future.
So is the lesson for people who aren't avid collectors that they should participate in breaks and not just buy the cards outright?
There's a ton of different ways to collect. That's just one of the ways I choose to. And I still I enjoy ribbon packs open. That's the fun. I mean, that brings the kid out of you in the hobby. Opening the pack of cards, not knowing what's in it yourself, father doesn't use that.
So when I do it with my kids, they're very into this, but I don't know that much about it. We put the cards into ChatGPT and ask what the value is. So you just know this stuff, right, Jason?
No. It's so fast. It's hard to keep up with. I don't think there's anybody that can keep up with the hobby. It changes so fast.
I see the Braves hat. Are you loyal to any particular sport or league when it comes to collecting?
I'm a Braves fan. I'm always chasing them Braves cards. I'm going to be usually the market man. I've played them since I was a kid. I'm a local team for like the Panthers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got some loyalty to some teams.
Yeah.
What did your kids say? I know you have 5 kids.
It's exciting. My 12-year-old's a Pokemon collector, so he understands. The rest of my kids are really collectors.
Amazing. Jason, thank you for coming on.
Wow, that's freaking awesome. $550, $15 investment turning into $5 million. Holy crap.
It's something we've covered for a long time. Robert Frank has covered it, which is the rise in collectibles. It's part of the, fanatics business right now, and just continues to grow.
Yeah, a fabulous story. Still ahead, Bitcoin today up more than 20% for the week. We're going to take a look at what's driving that move higher as we're approaching fresh session highs with the Dow up almost 500.
Wow. That's freaking cool. Let's see. see. Wow, that's just crazy. Where the hell did my there it is. All right. SPY. Okay, we hit the highs. Nice little push here. I'd be taking profits off, reducing my exposure to the markets. Apple's still pushing. Okay, Apple. Okay, looks good. SoFi still looking good here. SoFi. All right, S&P pulling back in a little bit. Feels like the high of the day. Palantir is still going. Palantir is still going. It's trying to break. Palantir is breaking out. Palantir, for what it's worth. Palantir breaking out. Sarah. Who sings that song? Sarah song. Fleetwood Mac, right? Like Fleetwood Mac? Is that it? That's not the song I'm thinking of. There's another song, Sarah. Sarah. Anybody know the song I'm thinking about? It's a guy who sings it. Sarah. Can't think of the song. I can't think of who the artist is. Anyway, irrelevant. The markets look good. I would take some profits off into strength. It's 12 o'clock. We might be producing our A pivots. That's what I'm assuming right now. If you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Friday, August 21st. Take some profits off.
Trying to avoid its sixth straight down day today. By the way, Nvidia's having its best month since April. Rob, it's leading the mega caps this year.
Toto, that's it. Toto. Sarah, yeah, that's the song I'm thinking of. Thank you so much. Toto.
Now we head into a really critical week. How do you see it? I mean, to me, Nvidia is always important, right? They continued to deliver again and again and again. But the more important story, at least in the very short run, is the Fed meeting. And in my mind, they really have only a couple choices to do what they want, which is to control the long end of the curve. Neither of which
Jefferson Starship?
really palatable.
Is that it?
They can obviously raise rates, and to deal with the inflation problem that we see out there. Alternative.
What's going on here? Sarah. No, that's not it. Yeah, that's it. No? The Starship Trooper? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's a good song. I like that. I really like that song. It's a feel-good song, happy song. Don't have a whole lot of happy songs these days. Okay, Palantir breaking out, taking out the highs here. 180 is a big deal, okay? 180 is a big deal. That's all right. It's gay? All right, that's fine, whatever. Mm, Um, Okay, so I want to check that out. Palantir. Presently trying to take out this 180 markets. Palantir. PLTR. PLTR. Okay, what do I have? Palantir. I have Palantir. What's my position? Palantir. Palantir. I have October 185, 190 calls. Palantir. Do 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 do. Uh-oh, I'm whistling. Is that a jinx?
I think Warsh is off the hook because
Yeah, Warsh is off the hook. Jenny, you tell him.
we've had a year where the 10-year's gone from 4.2 to 4 3/4.
I like Jenny. She's feisty redhead.
At the beginning of the year, the interest rates are gonna be that
I
much.
like Jenny.
Why are stocks up? Because
She didn't take any shit from Wapner.
every time.
He can be abrasive at times, Wapner. A lot of people like him. I'm not care for him. He's all right, I guess.
Anything that NVIDIA says next week is going to matter to NVIDIA. We already know what they're going to say. It might matter more to CoreWeave or Microsoft or OpenAI.
Isn't that,
You know what?
but therein lies the conflict in what you said.
No. Here's the thing. All that matters between now and the next 4 months is Q3 earnings reports that will start to get in November. And so I think we're in a period like I think the reason we're focusing on next week and worse than NVIDIA is because we have nothing else to talk about. We're just in a waiting period. And by the way, I think things are going to be spectacular again. So if you want to know where I think the market ends, I think the market ends up. Might be here, might be 8,000, who knows? I think the earnings for this year and the earnings growth rates, those are predetermined. They're mathematical, they're coming, they're happening. And next week is just interesting, but I don't think it's a determinant of anything, and I don't think it's terribly insightful.
Okay, what is
I already know here and now today exactly what both of them are going to tell us.
So, Josh Brown.
Okay, so let me just check.
I hate to say this, on the complete and total other side.
Okay.
I understand your point. The part I'm not disputing is the pattern with NVIDIA is it runs into the numbers. And
50 delta.
People like go to bars to watch the earnings report on TV and it goes down 2%. And I totally agree with that part.
Thank you.
But you took it too far, as you always do. Jensen Wang is the AI Fed chair. You understand? He is to the earnings growth of the S&P what Kevin Marsh is to interest rates. And I happen to think that if we just focus on the stock price reaction in NVIDIA, we're missing the whole point of
Palantir.
We know it's going to be a spectacular report. It almost always is. We don't have the guidance, but expected revenue of $92 billion. Just for context, this is the largest company in the world now. That would be a 97% year-over-year increase, not in earnings, in sales. It's insanity. I cannot believe this stock sells at a near market multiple. The earnings will also be up 99%. But again, everyone's going to yawn. Who cares?
The bigger picture, though, is that there are 200 to 300.
Coinbase pulling back in a little bit. Looks like a little profit taking coming in.
What NVIDIA has to say about 2027 and 2028 on the call next week will absolutely have an impact on. You're talking about
But Josh, here's my point.
dozens and dozens of $100 billion plus stocks, and they will trade up or down based on what the AI Fed tells
But
us
here's my
is
point.
the backlog in the environment.
And do you
Go
think
ahead,
he's going to
go.
say anything other than that the backlog is robust, that earnings are robust, that this is transformational? Do you think he's going to say anything negative? No. And do you think the Q3 earnings when they're reported are going to be anything but spectacular as a result? No. We already know these things. It's predetermined right now. He's not going to tell us something new.
Can I just suggest that I think we're at the stage, though, where we don't necessarily need revelatory. We just need confirmatory. We just need to hear from him, to Josh's point, of what he sees over the next few quarters.
Right, and put 99
Jenny, take a breath. Take a breath, though, because confirmatory is enough. We have multiple construction this year. We have an up stock market, but it's not as if people are extrapolating and taking multiples up for the market this year. So confirming guidance and tone is every bit as important. And I'm going to tell you right now, Dell is a $300 billion market cap. HPE is $74 billion. How did that happen? Arista Networks, you probably don't even know what it is a $235 billion market cap. Marvell, $200 billion. Broadcom, $1.7 trillion. We know Micron, we know AMD, etc. Now think about GE Vernova is a $270 billion market cap. Eaton 165, third of $100 billion. You can't tell me that the AI Fed and Jensen Huang as AI Fed chair, that those remarks are not going to affect vast swaths of the S&P 500. You can't convince me that it's not a event, because I know it's not. It might be for NVDA.
I think it's going to be for everything. That's my argument.
Okay.
I think it's going to be universally positive, confirmatory.
I'll be here.
I'll rearrange my schedule.
So BMO initiates NVIDIA. They obviously have some new coverage over there.
Josh gets a little animated from time to time. Tempest AI is still drifting a bit higher.
Outperform 1300 is the target. So you're looking
Our S&P looks like a pivot is in.
That's 33% higher than where it opened today. Broadcom 455. That's 25% upside. And AMD outperform 550 target. That's a 17% upside. Amy, you have Broadcom, you have
Palantir.
What's your opinion here?
We've owned them for ages. So we've owned NVIDIA since 20.
Okay, what's Rocket Lab's doing? Rocket Lab. Okay, we've got work to do. Palantir. Okay, it's breaking higher. Palantir.
I think there are other more interesting weight stocks in the market at this point. They just have very high expectations in them. There's a lot of good news. The multiples are not rich, so we still own them.
Okay, I'd like to see a close up here. Palantir.
What NVIDIA could do for the whole ecosystem is really prove out the end case. Not just talk about the math law, just talk about what are the killer apps that are using AI besides coding, which we all know. Give us examples about that. Really make the productivity story, because the productivity story is still to come. It hasn't played out yet.
We would not be asking that question that we are on the screen right now. Can momentum get its mojo back? If it was a foregone conclusion that NVIDIA's great earnings and commentary, guidance, whatever, was a layup for the momentum trade itself, it's not necessarily.
I'm just saying, I don't think it changes it. It just confirms. Like, yeah, hey.
No. If it only was going to confirm it, we wouldn't have to ask that question, because it's not a given. That
Apple.
trade is very much in question after a massive run, a July reset.
They want to see OpenAI. Their OpenAI's growth is a little disappointing. There's a lot of things in there.
You're all missing the short-term moves. It's the short-term moves.
Wow.
You all are missing.
Y'all are missing.
In the short run, yes, you have to. We're going to get the confirmation we all expect. Maybe not you, Scott.
Yeah, Scott's always perfect.
We're gonna get the confirmation
God, he
rates
makes my
back. But
blood
the
boil.
reality of it is what happens at the long end of the curve is what drives the incremental flows. If interest rates pull in, you're going to get a high beta bid, and momentum's going to be fine for a bit. That's it. Period. As you should, because it's the right call. It's the right call, and it depends on the messaging. Can you control with language? Yes, you can.
I don't think you can. I don't think the Fed's controlling CD. You can see that.
Okay, so I think that's up for debate, whether you can control it with
You
language.
can control the long end with language.
There
but
is
action-
something to be said.
Action last week and it didn't.
There's something to be said for jawboning.
Action from the Fed. You saw action from the Treasury.
The jawboning by the Fed is, I don't think, up for debate being more powerful than jawboning from Treasury, right? I mean, the Fed is the Fed. He was hawkish at the last meeting. Rates went up. The
And we know he's
administration
not
felt
going
they had
to say he's
something
going to do
about it.
QE because he's tightening the balance sheet. So that is unlikely.
Well, that's
so I think
obvious.
I think hey, it's one of the things that goes on the table every time rates start to get away. So you can't completely ignore that possibility. And the other possibility, as I said earlier, was taken completely off the table. But the point of your question is, can momentum get its mojo back? Let me say this, you start to get a really weak dollar trade, you're going to see flows into crypto. You're going to see flows into the high earning in the future names that are discounted now at a lower rate. You will see every quant model do exactly that in the most liquid names, and momentum will come back. If you get a runaway of interest rates where it looks like they're losing control, I think the reverse happens.
I think that's right.
So that is
Okay, so Tom Lee still says 7,900 to 8,000 by the end of this month. Ed Yardeni says whatever pullback that we may still be into because of rates should be modest. We also thought it would be interesting to look at outside of tech what's actually worked and what hasn't this week, what the statement may be as a result of that. So I feel like you have to take this next thing with a little bit of a grain of salt. The fact that healthcare is having its best week since late June. It is the top sector week to date. I say grain of salt because if I, of course, tell you that Moderna is up 140% week to date and that Merck and Moderna had the kind of announcement that they did, it's kind of like master the obvious that that sector is going to have a great week. What do you raise your hand for? Do you have a comment?
I'm excited to talk about this.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I think if we take Rob's construct, that if we see interest rates come down, right, and the momentum trade takes off because long dated cash flows are worth more with lower interest rates, the opposite's true here. And so I think what the market's saying is like, look, interest rates we think are going to stay longer. And yes, you're right, Moderna and Merck skewed it this week. But if I look at holdings in my portfolio, Pfizer, like crazy little Pfizer, up 17% year to date. Bristol Myers up 25%. So you can look across healthcare.
Hey, Thermo, you own Thermo up 6% this week, right?
Yep. But I think if you take that interest rate construct in terms of its influence on the stock market, that explains healthcare, not necessarily this week, but in a bigger picture. And if you say, hey, I think the 10-year is going to stay at this 4 3/4 level, we know the government's going to do whatever they can to tamp it down when it hits 5%. But there's a lot of supply out there. There's corporate debt supply that's been driven by the AI trade. There's huge government debt supply, and the supply is keeping interest rates up. That favors short-term, here and now, cash flow-oriented companies that are pumping out cash now, because cash today is more valuable than cash in the future, particularly when interest rates are high.
Amy has Illumina. Amy has Vertex, among others.
Yeah, no, look, I think the healthcare trade has more legs to run. Illumina is probably the largest stock in my portfolio right now. I used to do my final trade at the beginning of the year a few times. The entire backbone of our genomic sequencing is on Illumina equipment. It was less than a $20 billion market cap. It's now a $30 billion market cap. But Josh just gave you a ton of market caps, in the $100, $200, $300 billion range. So I think this company has a lot to go. And the demand you can just see from Moderna and sort of the new technologies and the new personalized medicine is here and it's coming. But I think long rates of the other subject are here to stay unless we get material slowdown and growth. It's hard to see what's going to bring long rates down significantly unless you get a growth slowdown. And then if you get a growth slowdown, like you get it because of the AI trade or in spite of the AI trade. And so I don't think it's going to be that easy that long rates are going to come down and everybody's just going to pile into tech, because probably the reason for that is going to be something that scares people.
Gilead, Rob, 155. Canner, Lilly, overweight, 1410. Canner, Yoko.
Yeah, and AbbVie, by the way, this is all about consistency of earnings, valuation, great pipelines, and what look to be like long-term beneficiaries of using technology to advance their ability to bring products to the market. I do believe that consistency matters in this uncertain time, and so this is a sector that had been under-recognized, had re-rated quite a bit. Used Lilly, they were trading at 50 sometimes earnings. They re-rated all the way down into the 20s. Unbelievable dominance at GLP-1s, right? Unbelievable dominance. And then you have the other two companies that we own that have great product pipelines too.
Okay, energy, record high today, second best sector week to date, top sector.
All right, S&P continues to fade.
At this point, what oil has obviously done. WTI coming off its 10th positive day in the last 11. Brent 11 and 12. Jonathan Krinsky, though, Josh, suggests that we're now running on fumes. That he would not
Palantir,
energy here. You look at these
looking for more upside.
Your Exxon's up 38%. There are Canadian Natural and Suncor, which are up better than 50. The gains here have been robust, and I think for obvious reasons. But playing off what Krinsky says, running on fumes, wouldn't chase, continue to buy. What do you think?
I don't know. I mean, he makes a fair point about how much they run. And just to put that into context, the sector is up 7% on the month, but the IEO, which is the producer, so taking the Exxons out of the equation, the IEO is more like the independent energy companies, and they are making all-time record highs today. And from my perspective, that is not bearish. The IEO is up 54%, better than the XLE, up 45% on a year-to-date basis. Looking at the XLE, which again, I am an Exxon, 30% of that index, which includes the refiners, which are all on my best stocks to the market list, and we've talked about them a lot. 30% of XLE names are at 52-week highs this week. That's not an overbought sector. There's still a lot of room in the individual names there. So I think
Tesla trying to take out the high of the day here. Tesla, Palantir at the highs. Tesla's at the high of the day. A very nice day on Tesla, headed up to the 50-day moving average.
In the group are running on fumes. The last thing I would say is one more button down in Sechen's shirt, and this show goes.
I mean, you do have to take into consideration that he did email the executive producer of the program today. You included me and others asking if it was No Time Friday. Apparently, he got a little overexcited at the end.
But I don't want to talk to his neighbor.
Okay. Yeah, nor does anybody else for that matter. So Barron's is still bullish on the refiners. They like those. You have a ton of exposure in this group. Just on my list, I've got Total Energies, Energy Transfer, Shell, Enterprise Products, Kinder. There are probably others too. MLPX.
So Total and Shell are in our international strategy, and those are majors, right? They're not necessarily refiners. I'm comfortable holding those. Josh, to your point, like, I don't know that you want to walk away. I'm not sure I want to walk away. I don't know. I might want to walk away. I don't want to run away. I don't think you need to do it this minute. But these are rich, and you need to understand that the Shell and the Total and the Exxon and the and the Chevron, I'm going to say all those guys, they're all up because oil's trading at like $86 a barrel right now. They're rich. They're just up on oil prices. Okay, forget the multiple, Rob. But Chevron started the year at like 165. It's trading at 200 now. Right, and that is purely driven by the fact that oil went from $58 a barrel to $86 a barrel. So hold on, let me finish. So what we've been hearing is that the U.S. government is guiding a ton of oil out through the Straits of Hormuz. Every day I hear different things about workarounds, right? This pipeline's open, that pipeline's open. I don't think that $86 is sustainable. Where I like back to these, Scott, when you say you've got a lot of exposure there, most of those, Energy Transfer, Enterprise, Kinder Morgan, MPLX, those guys are all the midstream energy space. They're also up 25% on the year, 25, 30%, a lot of them, but they don't have the exposure. And that goes back to the healthcare conversation, which is if you think interest rates are going to stay kind of high, these guys produce significant cash here and now today, and that's valuable. So if I want to stay in the energy trades, I want to stay in a space that I don't think has run up because of the price of oil over the years. I don't think oil goes from 86 to 106. You know, and if you don't, then it should go back up.
I think you have an opportunity to own an asset.
Tesla looks like it wants to keep going. Tesla.
It's been one of our best performers. It's a hedge to higher interest rates and inflation. I own Suncor, I own CNQ. I mean, these are stocks that are up 55, 53, 48, 48. Hold on. Can I go now? This is a combination of earnings momentum, high total yields, and reasonable valuations still, which we don't know what's going to happen. So why not maintain that exposure in the portfolio for right now? Just because they moved does not mean they're not going to continue to move.
I'm just saying the ones that I think have really direct exposure to oil price, I might start to walk away from those. I like
Palantir, nice.
Okay, so what didn't work this week? Industrial's the worst week since March. That's the worst sector week to date. Banks, worst week since February, and that is coming off the first close below the 50-day moving average.
Okay, let's look at some stocks that are pretty hot today.
Rob's going to button up a little bit, right? We're not live at Zero Bond. We're at the New York Stock Exchange, Robbie. We're going to talk
Okay,
about
Tesla, 5 times normal volume on Tesla. Options volume, 5 times normal.
John's Brown's best stocks in the market. I think we have that ahead too. Back after this.
Tesla working. Trying to take out the high of the day, Tesla. Tesla at the high of the day. Anybody selling premium up here? Let's see. A lot going on. All right, so Robinhood is seeing some action here. Robinhood. Okay, Robinhood, big day for Robinhood. Back above the 50-day moving average. Might be worth a shot. It's off the highs of the day. No opening range breakout signals. Freeport McMoran Materials have been doing well. No breakout signals here. XYZ. Block. All right, opening range breakout early. Fading back to VWAP. Nothing there. American Express. 4 times normal volume on the options. Palantir, 4 times normal. Circle, that's one that I think, Frano, you mentioned yesterday. Somebody mentioned it yesterday. Circle, all right, gapping up and fading. People took profits on Circle. Coinbase from this morning has been just range bound at the highs. It popped up with everything else. Bitcoin, of course. 3 white soldiers on Bitcoin. Big Bollinger Band breakout. Looks like we're going to continue higher here. Bitcoin looks good. Okay. What is Netflix is hanging out? Okay, Netflix.
Welcome back The halftime report. I am Frank Holland with your CNBC News update. A Texas appeals court has cut the damages conspiracy theorist Alex Jones was ordered to pay Sandy Hook families from $50 million to $1.5 million. The court ruled the trial judge improperly allowed the parents to exceed a state cap on damage awards. Jones was found civilly liable for defamation after falsely
I
claiming.
bet a lot of those people, unfortunately for their children, I can't imagine. Yeah, I'm not gonna comment on that. I just have a thought that's just not relevant. Okay, irrelevant. Can't imagine losing a child. All right. Oh, gosh.
2-1 decision puts their possible return to school on hold while the appeal proceeds. And Walmart is tapping into Tap to Pay. Starting on August 24th, select Walmart and Sam's Club locations will accept Apple Pay, Google Pay, and contactless cards. The retailer says it plans to take the option nationwide by the end of the year. Scott?
Fraudsters will be after that. Fraudsters will be after that. Tap to Pay at Walmart now. You have to stick your card in the reader.
I don't want to tempt Josh any more than I already know. He was clearly
Well done. Appreciate you.
Okay, Carnival Cruise Lines turning the corner, might be worth a shot. That's been active this morning. Carnival. Nah, never mind. I pass on that. That's right. It was a doji down here at the lows. If you like pullbacks like that, might work. Schlumberger, let's see, Schlumberger, SLB. At the highs, Schlumberger.
Yeah, so this is another one right off
Coinbase, General Motors.
Cisco. We've done pretty much all of these names over the course of the last year and change at this point.
Ross Stores.
Even when they sell off, Judge, even when they have these dips, they still remain in their longer term uptrends just because of the sheer magnitude of the growth in share price. So we all know these stocks trade up and down together. They're in all these baskets at Goldman Sachs, the program traders, the pod shops. And so you'll see them all green. Someday you'll see them all red. I do appreciate that there are differences between them, but in the end, we all know why they're rallying.
Apple's been a stall out, Amy. I mean, it had this amazing run. Earnings happened, and then the stock didn't happen.
Well, I think everybody is now going back to the AI trade. Apple sort of does well when everybody worries about capital spending and, too much money chasing AI, and they're the ones that aren't spending it and are still returning capital to shareholders. So when that's in vogue, Apple does really well, and when it's out of vogue, Apple doesn't do well. I'm not worried about Apple.
What do you think about Cisco, Jenny? It's on this list.
So what I love about Cisco is that it doesn't matter who wins. It doesn't matter if Claude wins. It doesn't matter if Chat wins or Gemini. It doesn't matter if Microsoft does well, Meta does well, or Apple does well. Our bet on Cisco is simply that as the AI trade, makes the technology world bigger and more complex, and people need more and more technology in their housing businesses, Cisco wins. They're the infrastructure behind all of that. So it's pretty simple. Oh, and by the way, they still have a 5% free cash flow yield. So it's still enormously profitable, whereas a lot of the other guys have given up their free cash flow.
So I think what I hear you saying
Apple off the high of the day.
Results and what the Fed chair of AI Jensen might say might actually be good for Cisco.
Oh, and I think we already know that.
We do?
Yeah. I'm gonna bet any. Oh, geez, I shouldn't even say the word bet.
Well, we already know that. Why is the stock flat since May?
It's up 48% year to date. Let it consolidate.
Why is it flat since May?
Because it ran up so much. Look at it. Look at it on the
Zeta at the high of the day. Opening range breakout. Zeta. ZETA. I think it's on the watch list again, right? Zeta. That's what we should do. Let's review the watch list for the week. Watch list for the week.
Reading the bio of the new guy they hired, and he is an absolute beast. He's a guy that's coming out of it.
CrowdStrike. All right, let's see if any will get a pop on CrowdStrike with Josh talking bullish. Okay, we have a move back to the 50 days, so I'll wait until it gets back above the 50 day. CrowdStrike. Zscaler, Datadog, Palo Alto, those all pull back, right? Yeah, they all pull back. Meta and Google trying to take out the highs here. Meta turning back up. Meta off the highs of the session. Google trying to reverse, trying to get back above the 50-day. Google. All right, the markets are just kind of retracing a little bit. Let's see. Watch list. AAOI, no. Apple. Sorry. ASML, no. Bank of America, no. Citigroup, inside day. Copart, I sold that one on Wednesday. Grover mentioned it last Friday when it broke out. We'll wait to see how it's going to consolidate when it hits to the 200-day. When it hits the 200-day, it'll probably consolidate. If it doesn't hesitate and pushes above the 200-day, then I'll be looking for support in that area. You can see over here where it spent a long time consolidating. Okay, it's now above that area, but it has the 200-day overhead. So this is Copart. Been a good week for Copart. Started off the week at 31.50, made 10% on the week. So not bad. Not bad for Copart for the week. Okay. The other thing about Copart, look how it's changed direction. So if you buy some leaps for next year sometime, more than likely this is going to be upper 30s, lower 40s. Copart. Trading View. That's my handle right there. I didn't realize you could search people. You can search people on TradingView. I learned something new today. Palantir still hanging out at the highs. Needs to continue from the 180 level.
Also, though, semi's down 6% on the week. Banks down 4% on the week. Industrials actually kind of.
Google turning up. IWM's turning up, Mondo. Okay.
Yeah, we're sitting here a couple percent from the high, so it shows you market's not across the board ready to really back away. What else find interesting today is you have yields up, and yet
Meta and Google are both catching a bid here. Meta and Google catching a bid.
At the end of the week. So, you know, I guess I would say you give the market credit for what it's done, but I'm not sure we finished the business. And the sensitivity to rates, I don't see it going away. Really aggressive movement.
Chewy.
This week, so it feels like a little bit of a different.
Chewy breaking out. New highs.
Chase that with rates.
If you had to rank what you think matters more next week, is that worth entertaining between Warsh and NVIDIA?
I'm going to say Warsh in the sense of the market seems to know how to prepare for and metabolize NVIDIA at this phase. In terms of, you know, we kind of priced the likely move. We think we know what the raise of guidance is going to be and all the rest of it. And then Warsh, I just think there's a wide range of
probabilities of what policy might be and what the pronouncements might be. That to me explains a lot of what's happening in yields. Just that sort of what if that you have to price.
Now calling Jensen Wong the Fed chair of AI. So they're both speaking next week.
Is that a compliment or
My compliment, the power that he yields. Yes, it's a compliment. No doubt. And the power to jump on too.
That's true.
We will see. Mike, thanks. I'll see you later. Josh Brown's best stocks in the market are next.
Chewy breaking out. If you own a pet, you know how Chewy operates, most likely. Breaking out, Chewy. Okay, looking good. Chewy. Breaking a downtrend too, Chewy. Okay.
Told Jimmy Diamond, here's what they told him the story. I said, banks are funny. They want to loan you money. You comes to me and say, hey, why don't you take loan? Back then, enough real like me, I did business for 40 years. Who was doing business with me? It was a bad.
Vistaprint helps bring your ideas to life with easy-to-use design tools, real human support, and all the products you need for preferences you can feel good about. Just think it, click it, and print it with Vistaprint. Print your possible with 20% off your first order at Vistaprint.com.
All right, welcome back. We're doing Josh Brown's best stocks in the market here, but we're looking at two of his.
Palantir still hanging out at the high.
They haven't left the list since being added. Coca-Cola and Monster. Why are we looking at those today?
They've performed very well this year. Both of them.
Coca-Cola, yeah, that was been up lately. Coca-Cola's been up a lot lately. Monster, that's also been up. Been watching that. Looks good. Don't chase it here. That's Josh Brown squeezing this. Let it come back in. Learn that the hard way.
Because they both look pretty good and they are still on the list and they've never left. Over the last 25 years, Monster Beverage is the single best performing stock in the entire S&P 500. If you put $2,000 in this name in 2001, it would be worth about $23 million today. That's a 230,000% return. I don't suggest that'll repeat. However, this stock is still on fire. Second quarter net sales were up 20.2% to $2.5 billion. Latin America up 56%. China up 62%. India up 84%. People are still discovering the product all over the world. The stock is testing its 50-day right now, which is about 47. I would say the line in the sand for traders is 41. That's the top of the post-earnings gap. By the way, this thing just split 2 on August 11. The investor stop, I'd give it a little bit more room down to the 200-day, which is 35. Let's do Coca-Cola. The second quarter report was the cleanest print for Coke we've seen in a long time. Net revenue was up 7% to $13.5 billion. Organic revenue up 6%. Gross margins 62.9%. Pretty good. I guess the GLP-1s haven't stopped people from drinking this stuff. They're touting the FIFA World Cup as the reason for the strongest trademark Coca-Cola volume growth in 17 years, up 5%. Powerade up 8%. Management latest guidance. Everything that we want to see. I think on Coke, this is a stock that probably continues to make new highs. I'd use 77, which was the March shakeout low and where it recovered from. That's kind of the area where I'd say, okay, if we break that level, the buyers have changed their minds. They're not coming back. Let's walk away. Until then, I think you want to be long the name. I think we'll see $100. What do you think, Robbie?
And we've owned it for a long time. I mean, it's having a great year. They have enormous pricing power, great brand portfolio, really benefit from the World Cup. It's tough to argue, what they did there. 2.3% dividend yield. So you have a company that's incredibly strong and has the tailwinds of being the other side of the.
All right, it looks like BNC pivot starting to form on some stocks that have been hitting the highs. Watching Tesla, for example, at the highs. Meta back to the highs of the day, opening range highs. Meta is looking like it wants to reverse. Google. Have people already forgot about the, I guess, testimony? Zuckerberg, I don't know if he's testifying. Meta does look good, though. Meta. Just wish I saw a little bit more volume here.
You can look at the Mag 7 and find a far more compelling combination. And I think if you do worry about the K-shaped consumer, right, there's a huge percentage of people who drink Coke and Dasani and Powerade and all that who will be under pressure.
Robinhood still showing 6 times normal volume. Excuse me. It's at the high of the day. I wouldn't chase it right now, but Robinhood looking pretty good. Robinhood. All right, that looks pretty good, actually. He'd have to argue with somebody else. That's what he would do. Robinhood. Yep. Cup and handle. Robinhood. This is probably a good candidate if it can break higher. Robinhood. Daily. Robinhood daily. Mm-hmm. Okay, popping up. Okay, getting jiggy. Robinhood. Robinhood looking pretty good here. Oh, that's cool.
Welcome back up. This is action time for SIBO in Chicago. We're talking about exchanges. What trades do we see?
That's right, Scott. Exchanges and crypto. The big story this week was President Trump's comments on regulating decentralized exchange, Hyperliquid, and the reaction and Per stock, as well as the incumbent exchanges that are facing real competition from perpetual futures, 24/7 traded contracts that offer huge leverage and don't settle or expire. Per surged 60% this week, now tripling this year. They own $2 billion type tokens that power the exchange, which you can see here trading on Kalshi. But here's the fun twist this week. Exchange stocks like SIBO, CME, and MIAX have been under pressure this year. They took a fresh hit on Wednesday after the Hyperliquid news, but since have fully recovered and are now rallying. I think that's because this next phase of regulation might be the beginning of the join them phase rather than the fight them phase for exchanges who are not typically ones to shy away from supplying where there is customer demand, Scott.
Oliver Rennick, thank you so much. We'll see you later this afternoon, which is interesting, this trade, Josh, because SIBO, CME, Intercontinental have all fallen off the best stocks in the market list.
Robinhood looks good. Not following through just yet, but it looks good.
There's just this incredible fear that the next generation of investors, rather than learning to actually trade futures, are just going to place bets. And they'll do that in a binary way, and they'll use prediction markets, and they'll do things like above or below this level, or higher or lower by this time next year, or however they want to do it, rather than trying to be sophisticated and learning the ins and outs of doing it. And I'm not
Netflix pulling back in a little bit. Meta.
the type of activity.
All right, this feels like bulls are getting trapped at the high of the day. I'd be taking profits off into strength.
All of the brokerages and all of the exchanges. It's not shocking that the brokerages have embraced this. They almost have to. They sort of have to cannibalize themselves, because if people default to this rather than options and futures, they need to be there. The good news is, if you look at Robinhood's last earnings report, this is far and away the best thing that they're doing right now in terms of margins, better than even than crypto. So I think that fear will remain above the heads of those exchanges. And there's going to be some political fights about it too. It's not over yet.
Yeah. All right. We'll come back. We still have final trades ahead.
All right. Futures don't follow through right now. There's no reason to do anything at the moment. There's no momentum. Probably won't be any momentum for the rest of the day. Until about the last hour, we'll see. New York Bangs look pretty good, though. Copart. Here's Copart. Weekly. Chewy. Okay, all of these are looking bullish. Robinhood. Okay, all of these are turning the corner. Robinhood on the 60-minute. Chewy on the 60-minute. Mara on the 60-minute. Palantir on the 60-minute. Apple 60-minute. Meta. Google. Google just now moving back above the 20 EMA, so that might be a good trade in the future. Excuse me. Did we do Tesla? Tesla trending. Okay, 20 EMA working really good, working like a charm. All right. All right, I need to take a little break. I'm going to take a little break. All right, let me put Discord on. You can hear what's trading.
And this guy said, "Wow, they paid you now. They full-time quarterback." I said, "We got to go into the business." You just so once again, it's you observing the customer. That's right. And from that, we're now in the gummy business. I mean, how big is your market share in gummy business? You working your way up or the way up? Every category is different in those same supermarkets. And there's different buyers, different rules, all that stuff. But we're moving along.
NVIDIA pumps.
Well, I have something
Long
special.
dated.
This is a new.
All right, I'm going to take about a 5-minute break. I'm going to make some lunch. I'll be back.
So each one I get
0 DT.
have my team create one or two collectible. So that's for wow in Arizona State. If you check on the back, there's an actual stack card with things that are relevant and important to you. And you know what it is foundationally represent and culturally what you represent and what Arizona. I will cherish this. That was a display case to go right in there. I'm really, I mean this genuinely. I'm the biggest fan of your business model, the type of character you represent, and how you treat people. I respect you. I appreciate you. I love Arizona brands forever, and I'm so grateful that you came to see me. It means a lot. I would love to continue. Don, thank you so much. Appreciate the time.
Long dated.
Injuries happen when you least expect them. When they do, you need expert care right from the start. Urgent care is now expert care. Be seen 7 days a week by the experts preferred 3-1 over any orthopedic practice in the region, keeping the Grand Strand community strong. Ortho SC, the strength of experience.
GOOG, not the L. Long dated.
Sunday, baseball. This season, your Sunday afternoons with live minor league baseball doubleheader exclusively on Samsung Television Network. Follow up-and-coming prospects and see the next generation of major league stars and big names that can beat that and rebound. It all starts at 1:05 Eastern, followed by Game 2 at 4:05 Eastern. Don't miss any of the great moments this season. Live NIOB doubleheader every Sunday on the Samsung Television Network.
SB experts. Long dated. Zero DT calls. Stop.
Fails to calm the nervous bond market. The Chinese animated movie is so awful, it's turned into an unexpected blockbuster hit. It's Friday, August 21st. Let's run. Happy Friday and welcome back, Toby, our freshly married king. No idea why you decided to come back on Friday right before the weekend, but we'll take it. My first question is, do you have your voice back? Because last time I talked to you the day after your wedding, you could It was really, really nice. So thank you for holding down the fort. I will tell you, unexpected joy of being married. When I was filling out a sign-up form for a race I'm completing, it came time to list my emergency contact, and it asked how to relate to me. And I got to check the box that said spouse. So there's that plus the big green guy. It's a nice little fidget spinner. But Bear Life so far is bliss. Summer wedding was awesome. She's a Leo, so getting married for her birthday month was very fun for her. But also, my wife is not the only Leo in my life, because today is also your birthday, Leo. Did I cut my mini move short just so I could be back for your birthday show? No. Thank you, Toby. Okay, now word from our sponsor, Rubric. Toby, throw your cybersecurity industry rulebook away. Yeah, I recognize something else that can't keep track of. Bigger stage, Toby, but the truth is, the old model for cybersecurity was built on protection, safety net, recovery plan, systems designed to withstand the last era and maintain the status quo. They can't hold up in the present day. The AI era demands confidence that you can secure and accelerate your business operations so nothing stops your momentum. Rubric can give you that confidence. Their platform helps you keep going by securing your data, controlling your AI, and protecting your identity built as one architecture, not stitched together after the fact. To learn more about how Rubric rewrote the industry rulebook, head to rubric.com/NB. That's RUBRI.com/NB. It was supposed to be a chill late August week, fun trip to the beach, maybe Little League on the telly, checking off your summer bucket list. But then the bond market threw a tantrum, and Scott Bessent's attempt to clean it up didn't work as planned, leaving everyone with more questions and concerns than answers. Back on Wednesday, you heard us mention that 30-year bond yields, long-dated yields, have risen to their highest level since before the financial crisis. As a result of numerous factors, rising deficits, more inflation, AI bond issuance, none of them particularly optimistic for the economy, and the end result is higher borrowing costs for regular Americans and the government. Then, out of left field, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent decided to take the unusual step of doubling buybacks of this longer-dated government debt in a bid to lower yield. This is what Bessent has wanted since he was appointed by Trump. Lower yields, lower borrowing costs to make life more affordable. It worked for a whole day. Bond yields fell on Wednesday in response to the Treasury stepping in. But yesterday, we're back on the elevator, with yields basically back to where they were before Bessent made this move. This did not surprise analysts who compared the ramped-up buying to throwing a paper towel into a tsunami, but it signals the next act of a Treasury Secretary who is far more interventionist than his predecessors, willing and eager to go full hedge fund mode to achieve the outcome he desires. The problem is those outcomes haven't yet materialized and remain stuck in the same mess. Yeah, just 2 days. Look at middle stage 24-hour. It's sticking faster on a much bigger issue. It just doesn't fix the underlying reasons why those yields are going up. He can try to influence the supply and demand dynamics of this massive, massive market, but you cannot eliminate the fundamental reasons why markets behave why they did, which is what you mentioned. I mean, the U.S. fiscal situation is not good. You're playing with mini-moon. We had 40 trillion debt. So you're really blissfully ignorant of when that happened. I'm racking up my own personal debt on top of it, not quite 40 trillion, but yeah, I mean, and the interesting thing too is not only is there the $40 trillion debt, not only is inflation the issue, but you mentioned AI is now just a lot more competitive. If you are someone who wants to figure out what to do with the money, and you see treasuries, you also see these, great companies issuing a lot of bonds themselves. So you can go get yourself a slice of Google or a slice of Meta rather than actually relying on U.S. Treasury. So there's just a lot of reasons for those higher rates. So throwing, I forget what you said.
0 DT. Stop.
It's just not going to do that much in this big market.
Fascinating subplot is unfolding here, hitting Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, against the Fed chair, new Fed chair, Kevin Warsh. Kevin Warsh has ripped up the rule book when it comes to Fed guidance and communications in this last press conference. He said, look, I'm not going to tell markets what to do. I'm going to let markets take the lead and we'll go from there. So he had said that he wanted higher interest rates because that lets the markets do the best work for it, because he doesn't want to raise interest rates, especially if the rates in the market are going up. Meanwhile, you have Scott Bessent over here saying, well, interest rates are going up in the market. That is not good news. I don't think that's right. So I'm going to intervene very aggressively in ways we haven't seen in recent memory to bring that back down. So you're seeing a huge clash play out between these two economic policies.
Can you, Warsh has literally said, I want a leaner balance sheet. Remember, the Fed owns a lot of government debt, $6.8 trillion of bonds in the mortgage-backed securities. Basically, he's saying leaner balance sheet. That would mean selling some of those, and that is returning bonds to investors, which is exactly, again, against what Scott Bessent wants right there. Now, there is some way that we can actually coordinate the Fed to actually start owning more short-term securities and fewer long-term securities, and that does exactly what takes long-term debt off of the market.
Tesla looks like it wants to keep going, right?
You're right, that it is absolutely fascinating stuff because these are two very impactful figures that can technically butt heads.
Tesla still going here. Tesla going. It's at the 50-day moving average.
Nvidia.
This is what he did. He was buying and selling bonds, and now the Treasury Secretary doing the exact same thing. Well, in a role that typically you are very passive, you let the markets do the work. As a technocrat, but now he's like, I guess there's just the old days on Wall Street and you get back.
But I mean, let's zoom out a little bit too. Right now, it is August, but what's coming around the corner is November 4th, which is midterm election day. Some industry watchers are saying this is clearly a short-term trying to get interest rates down over the election. This is other Treasury secretaries in the past being accused of doing something similar. So that's like the medium to near term. Long term, there's a lot of consequences of this type of behavior. Namely, the market is no longer the only thing determining the appropriate long-term interest rate. If you always expect once yields go up that the Treasury is going to intervene, that kind of looks and makes markets a little bit more wonky. So that's the risk that you run when you put on your trader hat, when you put on this interventionist hat. And that's why a lot of people are saying maybe this is not great for the health of the bond market.
Okay, Apple looks like it wants to keep going here. Apple. Okay, Apple. Okay, Apple, hammer on the daily. Apple, I got some September calls on Apple, right? Apple. Looks like it's going to go here, Apple.
Which Walmart CFO John David Leahy was fairly on high prices at
0 DT.
There's a psychological impact to that. Executive, they saw consumer attitudes change as soon as that vendor was succeeded, as higher fuel costs left households with less else. While consumers are against Walmart's balance sheet actually got a major boost via a $2.9 billion tariff refund, the largest reported by any company so far. Is something trying to pass that money on.
Okay, moving higher.
It was actually wasn't a awful quarter for Walmart. It still made $6.4 billion and raised its exposure outlook. The concern here really is the consumer. Americans are starting to feel the squeeze. That doesn't show up in Walmart's numbers too.
blame this slowing growth on one thing in particular, and that's overseas business. It's in federal negotiations led to lower drug prices, which is great news for us, but bad news for Walmart. A lot of people, most people who buy drugs.
Okay, I made lunch. I'm going to sit outside for about 5 minutes, 10 minutes and enjoy. I'll be right back.
Stop. Retail environment. So let's look at what happened during earnings for retail companies. It was kind of a mixed bag where a lot of these companies were saying that hey, consumers aren't necessarily long date, for lack of a better word. They are extremely cautious right now. We saw Target, Home Depot, Lowe's, and TJ Maxx all report, and they were all saying the same things, that oil, gasoline definitely hurt. The fragile job market sort of ratio is kind of having this psychological impact on consumers more so than the actual balance. They're saying that consumers seem relatively healthy on the surface, but again, if you look at a company like Lowe's, it's so easy to delay that home improvement project because you want to do it at a time when you feel more financially stable. And that shows up in their numbers, even if the consumers themselves are feeling relatively okay when it comes to their personal savings. Welcome to Stock of the
GOOG, not the L kind. Long date. GOOG, not the L kind. Long date.
I run the pre-show game of hide and seek, so I have to go first. And my stock of the week is New Line, a Chinese movie so bad it's become a sensation, going toe-to-toe with mainstream blockbusters The Odyssey and Spider-Man: Brand New Day. This is one of my favorite stories of the summer, a real underdog tale. So this movie, New Line, is an animated film about a baby cow meeting other animals in a dream sequence. The animation is comically horrible, all pixelated, looking like something out of Microsoft Paint. The budget has been reported to be anywhere from $200 to $3,000, so super bare bones, which makes sense because it was made by just two people, a guy and his mother. When it originally opened in theaters early August, it did as well as you might expect for a movie of this caliber. That is horrible. It earned just $1,000 in its first 10 days, with fewer than 300 people across China buying a ticket. But then something happened. A match was lit. People started talking about New Line, how completely animated it was, how silly it would be to see it, making memes about it on the internet. And the movie absolutely blew up. As of Thursday, it earned $4.3 million at the box office, ranking right behind Spider-Man, which cost $225 million to make. Meanwhile, an entire economy is scrambled alongside the movie, involving toys, robots, and other merch. So yeah, I think we may be looking at one of the most profitable movies ever made, and also one of the worst. However, back in the beginning, it is 1,000 million times worth. I encourage you to look it up, NIULA, so you get a sense of what we were talking about here. And there's like two factors at play. One, the so bad is good approach where people are comparing it to the brain. It's just that it's not yeah, it's just it defies logic at how something like this can be made, and that is what brings people in. So that's one part of it. The other part of it is that it is seen stop investing about, really embrace it, because the name itself is actually translates to here comes the bull, which again, bull market. So that's one thing, and they've just been ascribing these ulterior meanings to the movie that when the leopard appears, that is representative of a dead mouse source stops, jump up quickly and then go back down again. When the cobra appears, that's actually a sign for technical analysis. So there's all this kind of embracing from the stock trading crowd in China who kind of has this rise sense of defeatism because these stocks have not done well in the Chinese market compared to the American market. But it's just so funny how it is just
supremely resonated with this one group of stock traders, which is part of the reason why you're seeing these big box offices.
And so wow, they didn't have any marketing. They didn't have a poster. So when movie theaters were putting this on, they actually did draw their own posters to get people to come in because I mean this was made allegedly for as little as $200. I think another big reason that people wanted to see this movie or why it's been so embraced, it's anti-AI, right? It's the same thing as you intentionally putting typos into your emails and posts to show that it wasn't AI at a time when AI slop seems to be taking over our lives and maybe taking over movies. People really embrace this particular movie as that AI wasn't used because the animation is so horrible. It's not slick. It's not, perfect in any way. I mean, it's far from perfect. But people online in China were saying, this is, we love this because we know it's not AI.
Can I just get a movie in the movie theaters? What's the threshold for getting a movie? Because this is the worst movie of all time. It was made for $200. How is it in theaters in China? This is something I think I need to go now because now I kind of want to skip. I really have to pay some money to get into the theaters. But it was fascinating to me how this could even make it to a big screen in the first place. All right, we're going to take a quick break and come back with $5.
With USA Safe Pilot, members are rewarded for safe driving with up to 30% off your auto insurance premium at renewal.
It's the safest driving.
It's the family. Hey, Dad. You've been kind of crooked, son. You're going to drive down there? Saving you drive safe. Oh, you too. Or saving you drive less with USA Safe Pilot mods. USA, taking care of our own.
When something's going wrong, the hardest part is often just figuring out.
This is where your big ideas become bold apparel. So you can wear and share your brand in custom t-shirts, hats, hoodies, and more. Just think it, click it, and print it with Bessent. Print your hustle with 20% off your first order at BessentPrint.com.
Finally. Onwards to the next level. It's incredible. It's gorgeous and gorgeous. All times. Next client.
SPX calls. Bitcoin Ponzi pump. Long dated. SPX calls. Long dated.
My dog of the week is Nike because the swoosh has fallen. After reporting earnings earlier this week, shares are down nearly 80% from their late 2021 highs and are currently trading at a 12-year low. There's not one one single thing you can point to as to why Nike has been brought to its knees, but
Spider
there is
pulse.
a plethora.
Long dated.
Input costs went up thanks to tariff. They relied heavily on older shoe models rather than innovating. They put too many eggs in the DTC basket, neglected its wholesale business, and alienated some customers on certain social issues. The list goes on, but perhaps nothing sums up Nike's woes more than the fact that it's no longer the
Palantir
only game
pulse.
in town.
Long dated.
Competitors like On and Hoka have taken bites out of its business, and Nike may have taken for granted its cultural and technological dominance. Nowhere is this more apparent than in China, where revenue fell 12% in the most recent quarter. New CEO Elliot Hill told employees earlier this year, "I'm so tired, and I know you are too, of talking about fixing this business. But we're going to keep talking about it because it is just staggering to see how far this iconic brand has fallen." Kind of feels like LeBron on the Sixers, just sad and wrong.
That was completely unnecessary. On my birthday, too. And also just wrong. Anyway, Nike has been dog of the week how many times? Its struggles are not new, but it kind of caught fire online this week as people started reflecting on what happened to Nike and trying to diagnose its problems. And it's striking because this is one of the most recognizable brands ever created. I could go to any country in the world, print out a picture with that swoosh, hold it up to them, and they'd be like, yeah, that's Nike. And to see its stock fall 80% is kind of shocks the system, because we have talked about a bunch of other big companies that have struggled recently that are trying to turn things around with new CEOs. Thinking like Boeing, Starbucks, and Target. This was a big theme going into this year. Every single one of those companies has turned things around. Starbucks is back on the up. Target, we just talked about, is back on the up. Boeing also is doing fine. And there's Nike, and it's down 80% from its peak, trading at levels not seen since 2014. Just a shocking fall for a company that we all thought was too big to fail.
Yeah, I think that Nike took its brand for granted because, like, we are Nike. Everyone knows Nike swoosh. We can charge premium prices because we're Nike. And that eventually runs out of steam, because if you do that without supporting it with product innovation, without keeping the cultural relevance that made you what you are, then absolutely you're going to see that brand start to erode. They thought it was just, they over-optimized too for short-term things, where they wanted to protect their margins. They want to deliver consistent growth to shareholders. But if you do all that and you forget what made you what you are, that's where you end up in the stage that you're at right now. It felt like they kept choosing to push customers to the absolute limit of what they could tolerate paying, instead of doing things like making their products better and delivering, innovation to their customers. So there's definitely an argument here about what the incentive structure is at Nike right now. Is it to just milk their customers for everything at the worst?
Zero DT concept.
And a common criticism we hear on the right is go woke, go. And the thought is that they moved away from selling athletic excellence and they moved toward selling more of a lifestyle and an identity. And once these things starting in 2017, like teaming up with Colin Kaepernick, making the face of Nike and pride campaigns and all of
Holy
that.
cow.
So that was
SPX code.
they moved away from the Michael Jordan of it all and moved more into lifestyle and promoting this particular way of life. The problem is, the pushback on that is that a bunch of Nike's peers are also getting crushed, and that didn't necessarily.
All right. Nice out, but it is warm. It is pretty warm. Okay, pre-market high on Apple.
Zero DT concept.
Up there at 312.66. Looking for a trip back up there, hopefully. We have a hammer on the daily. On top of the 50-day, we'll push back above. That looks good. Futures fading a bit right now. Palantir, everything is kind of just taking a break. It is Friday after all. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Friday, August the 21st.
0 DTE, call stream.
All right, looking for Apple to push a bit higher. Oh boy.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated. NVIDIA Pulse, long dated.
All right, Apple pulling back in along with just about everything else for now.
VIX Pulse, VIX Pulse. 0 DTE, call sign. Size. Spider Pulse, long dated. Spider Pulse, long dated. Spider Pulse, long dated. Micron Pulse.
All right, just establishing B and C pivots at the moment. It is 1:30 p.m. Looking for action after 2 p.m. New York Fangs look okay. Had a pretty decent run today. New York Fang. Okay, we're back above the 20 EMA on the 60-minute. So it may take a couple of days for this to start trending back up. Maybe next week. For now, looks okay. We're just holding above the 21-day, 50 days down below. Need to flip these around. Okay. All right, so the 21-day is now above the 50-day. 9 EMA is above the 50-day. 21-day above the 50-day. So these are good developments. Everything is stacked. All the moving averages are stacked. 9 above the 20, above the 50, above the 200. That's bullish. Looking for a break above this level. RSI is still above 50. MACD momentum has slowed along with stochastic. Resetting for the next leg up. Resetting for the next leg up. Next time we bounce, we'll have everything reset. All the indicators, MACD, stochastics, RSI, looks like they'll be reset. Breath looks good. Breath looks good. Okay, pointing higher. All 4 big caps, mid caps, small caps, and NASDAQ in descending order. New York Stock Exchange. Let's go see what that looks like. Volume oscillator still taking a break. Profit taking. New highs, new lows. We're below the 0 line. So this is neutral to slightly bearish. Advanced decline is still rising. Presently, we have 326 stocks advancing. 326 stocks advancing out of 500. That's pretty decent for this week. We've had several days where it was like 160 advancing out of 500. So 327 is definitely doable. The Qs, we got 70 out of 100. So that's bullish. Okay, and the New York Stock Exchange, like I said before, when you're in doubt, always check the New York Stock Exchange. Whoops. NY8. Always check the New York Stock Exchange. Does that look bearish? It's a little fade to the 21-day, but very bullish reversal. A close above yesterday's high would be excellent. Would love to see a close at the highs. Don't think that's going to happen, but Tesla still consolidating at the highs of the day. Coinbase and Bitcoin looking good. Bitcoin, 3 white soldiers. 3 white soldiers on the Bitcoin. Massive white soldiers. 1, 2, 3. Part of the 300. The Greeks. Look at that. Beautiful volume. So shorts definitely covering. Is there new money in here too? Probably. The percentage, not really sure.
Bitcoin, Ponzi pulse.
No way of knowing the percentage. Maybe there's a way of parging. Maybe there's a way of looking at that. Like advanced decline. Netflix dropping off here. Netflix. Get another dip on Netflix to sell put premium. Netflix. Okay, still looking good here. Netflix. 60-minute. Back to the 20 MA. What else can I show you? Let's take a look at the XII. Let's see what institutions are doing. The 75 stocks most commonly held in the institution's core portfolios. They're still showing selling. All right, maybe they're concerned about the rates Scott Bessent is definitely worried about the rates, or concerned, I should say. He's talked about it for the last 2 days. $1,500. S&P 1500. It's below the trigger line, but it's still above the zero line. S&P 1500, that's the big cap, 500, small cap, 600, and mid cap 400. That makes the 1500. Okay. The composite, 500, 400 mid cap, 600 small caps. This is still on a buy, still bullish, sitting on top of the 21 day. Okay, so this is neutral. Junk bonds, we want that back above the 50 day, along with HYG, which is trending above the 50 day. Less risky high yield corporate debt, less risky than the bond junk bond market.
0 DTE call sign.
All right, we continue to fade a bit. Okay, Tesla is still trying to take out the high of the day. Tesla looks really good here. Tesla trying to take out the high right now. Okay, there goes Tesla. Yet another high that we're trying to take out. 50 days overhead. I don't think it's got much more in the juice box. How much more juice do we have in this? I don't think there's much more. All right, so we have OPEX for the month. OPEX for the month of August. Watching Tesla.
THT. BMNG. BMNU.
Keeping an eye on Tesla, see if it gets any bid here. S&P is still fading. Netflix faded just now, along with Apple and Microsoft.
ETHU.
Oh boy. All right. So it looks like maybe some profit taking here. We just hit the high of the day a few minutes ago. Tesla. I'm not doing anything at the moment. I'll be waiting till around 2 o'clock at the earliest, 2:15, 2:30, looking for an end of day. Last hour of the day. Closing positions, see what we get out of the last couple hours of the trading day.
Spider pups, long dated. Zero DTE.
GDC.
GOOG, not the L kind. Long dated.
Google
GOOG, not the
making
L
higher
kind.
highs and higher lows. You hear the pulse alerts for Google. Let's see what Google looks like. USAR. Nice breakout. USAR. USAR break high of the day. Goldman Sachs you have moving. Okay. Okay. Goldman Sachs is on the move. Looking good. Nice 3-candle reversal here. Back to the opening range high. Pre-market volume was 1.4 times normal. Citigroup trying to turn Wells Fargo, Bank of America, JP Morgan. Okay, so Goldman Sachs looks the best for now. Corey? Caterpillar looks really good. Caterpillar. Okay, nice reversal on Caterpillar. Caterpillar. I think we said the puts were hard to sell, right?
SP exports, long dated.
Caterpillar.
SP exports, long dated.
USAX. AI. USAX. ETHU. ETHT.
Caterpillar on the move, looking good.
SP exports, long dated.
Okay.
AI.
Netflix looks good.
GDC.
USAX.
Okay.
AI.
Caterpillar on the move, looking good. Caterpillar.
GDC.
Microsoft, Apple, Amazon all pulling back. Netflix pulling back a little bit. Nvidia looks like it might catch a bid. Google just sitting here. Snowflake looking the best, along with Tesla. Meanwhile, Industrials looking good. Caterpillar. Okay, so Dow Jones, most actives. One of these three, Goldman Sachs, Merck, or Caterpillar, all looking really good, right? Merck, Goldman Sachs, Cisco, Amgen. Speaking of Amgen, what are the XBI? What are the biotechs doing? Biotechs. All right, they're looking good. BITX, big move here, BITX. Apple still fading. Futures, not much going on there.
SMH Pulse. SMH Pulse. SMH Pulse.
SMH, getting some pulse alerts. Okay, on the reversal, pulse alerts. Let me see what they are actually saying here. Pulse alerts, S&P, excuse me, SMH. Pulse alerts are calls leading, multiple SMH alerts. Okay, SMH coming off the low. All right. All right, I already have SOXL. All right, keeping an eye on Trace. We did pull back from resistance. That shouldn't be a surprise. All right, fading a bit. Okay. Most stocks are fading at the moment. Let's see, what is SpaceX doing? SpaceX, that's fading as well. SpaceX. TEM continues its push higher. TEM been having a good day. TEM, this is the second day in a row it's done this. Actually, a third day in a row. TEM from this morning. Okay, that's a nice move. 68. Another 4-point move.
SP exports, long dated, deep puts, SP exports, long dated, deep puts, 0 DTE puts, side.
All right, TEM looking good. TEM's on the move. Tempest AI. Tempest AI looks good.
Spider puts, long dated.
Microsoft and Apple failing.
Tesla puts, long dated.
Tesla fading from the high. NVIDIA trying to muster some momentum. It's not moving much.
Long dated. Tesla puts, long dated.
All right, look for this to pull in a little bit. Pre-market,
Apple puts, shenanigans.
it wasn't much volume pre-market, but it does get going during the trading day. Mara flat. Caterpillar with a nice reversal. Caterpillar.
SpaceX, long dated.
Caterpillar looking for a reversal.
SpaceX, long dated. SP exports, long dated. Deep puts. SP exports, long dated. Deep puts.
Cat. Okay, Tempest AI looks like some profit taking at the highs, as you would expect. Been a nice run. Caterpillar looks good.
Zero DTE puts. Size. Zero DTE call sign.
Caterpillar. All right. Caterpillar's still going.
Zero DTE. Call for. Size.
Tempest AI, take profits if you're in this one from this morning when we first looked at it.
SP exports. Long dated. Deep puts.
All right, Tempest AI
Long dated.
yesterday. Let's see, Tempest AI yesterday. It was only 80% of what we normally see over the last 5 days. It's during the trading day that Tempest had the most potential, 2 to 1. Intraday R-ball.
They might have been vaulted to the upside.
Palantir puts. Long dated.
GPC.
All right, Palantir still fading from the high. Caterpillar looks good.
SLS.
GPC.
All right, let's see.
GPC.
S&P. All right, so things are starting to fade here. Things are fading. Bitcoin. Probably not a bad idea to take some of these positions off. You got the meat of the move for the week. All right, Tempest AI pulling back a bit. EITX pulling back. Caterpillar, watching Caterpillar at the highs. Robinhood, what are you doing, Robinhood? Okay, hanging out just below the highs. A lot of stocks doing the same thing. It's a Friday, not looking for much more from today. S&P 500. It's off the best levels of the session, obviously. Okay, CCL, Carnival Cruise Lines. Little pop here, Carnival popping. Carnival popping. Carnival, let's see what you do here, Carnival. CCL. So what's going on with CCL? Anything good? Not a cruise liner that I would book on just because of all the bad publicity it's gotten. I would stick with Royal Caribbean. Carnival just they're they're they just try to pack people on and get them to drink or whatever. These I'm constantly getting offers. They offer these like super cheap fares for a week cruise, and it just draws a lot of people that you would never see on Carnival. I mean, the whole idea of being able to eat all day long, a lot of people like that. I like it. I like the cruises because you get to go to different ports. Okay, Carnival. All right, looks like Carnival wants to go here. Inside day, I'm not interested, but if you're interested, Trying to come off the low. Looks like a double bottom or triple bottom area on Carnival. Quadruple bottom support. Yeah, I'm not too interested. This has been a big range. It's at the bottom of the range. Probably moves back up at a minimum, moves back up to the 50-day. Apple, a little, I would say this is a liquidity grab. They push it up, make it look good, and then reverse it. That's a pretty big dump there. Looked like it was going to head back up to the pre-market highs, opening range highs. Tends to do this a lot on Fridays. Apple.
Long date. SPX funds. Long date. SPX funds. Long date. Micron pumps. Long date. Micron pumps. Long date.
Okay. We continue to fade Apple, fading. Caterpillar at the highs, fading a bit. Caterpillar.
Micron pumps. Long date.
Micron, what are you doing, Micron? Micron. Okay. Sitting on top of 20 EMA on the 60-minute. All right, not much to do at the moment. Caterpillar. NVIDIA trying to turn NVIDIA. Tesla trying to go again. Tesla. There goes Tesla moving back up now. Let's see what Tesla's going to do.
Tesla Pulse.
We got Tesla Pulse alerts coming in. Tesla Pulse. Okay. R-Vol's a little better than 1. Tesla turning back up. Not really interested in chasing anything in today. We got OPEX for the month, so we should see volatility pick up a bit, I would think. Robinhood's still looking pretty good. Strategy's number 1 on the NASDAQ 100. Robinhood is number 1 on the S&P 500. Just be aware of it. Caterpillar, Tesla. Tesla. Okay. Tesla, what's going on here? Tesla looks like we might run it. Can we run it up a little bit, Tesla? Tesla. We've got less than 2 hours to go. Tesla. Maybe Monday calls, Tesla.
CRML.
Tesla. What about what are the today's calls going for? Tesla.
CRML.
Let's see what this is going to do. Tesla.
SLS.
A lot of people eyeballing that 365. They're probably going to entice some buyers up here and then dump it. Tesla, just watching Tesla. CRML. Okay, CRML. Critical metals, CRML turning up.
Apple Pulse.
CRML getting a bid here. Tesla. CRML.
CRML.
Tesla hanging out at 50-day.
Marble.
NVIDIA, no follow through. Apple keeps dropping. Looking to get back into some Microsoft on the dip. Microsoft, the 500, 510s for December is what I would like to buy. Okay. Didn't do much today, so it could drift a little bit lower. I'll wait until Monday. Tesla, trying to get Tesla push a bit higher here. Tesla a little bit better than 1-to-1 up relative volume.
SanDisk Pulse. SanDisk Pulse.
Tesla. S&P still fading. It is a OPEX for the month. Kind of surprised it hasn't bounced yet. Tesla pushing a bit higher. Trying to push a bit higher here, Tesla.
Palantir Pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans. Palantir Pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans. 0 DTE points. Size.
Tesla, they got some sellers up at 365. Tesla, they got some sellers up at 365 on level 2. There's about 100,000 shares that want to get out at 365. So we should be able to maybe pop up to 365. We'll see if they shift their offers lower. Not really. 20,000 share lots, 60,000 share lots, 500,000 share lots. I'm sorry, 50,000. I'm saying 600, 60,000 lot, 50,000 lot, 20,000 lot at 365. So they got some sellers right overhead, right where you would expect it to be at 365. Oop, at 365. So if you're following level 2, just looking at what's up there, there's some people that want to get out. Would probably pop up to that area and get rejected. I see about 100,000 shares right off the top of my level 2. Okay, 50,000 just sold. Okay, let's see if they can pop this up.
Bitcoin Ponzi Pulse. Long dated.
Okay, biotechs. We'll go look at biotechs for a minute. Gilead and a few other names were looking pretty good. We did fade. Biotechs did fade. Let's see what Gilead's doing by the end of the evening. That faded. Merck. Merck was at the highs. A little bit of selling up there at 154-ish. That looked pretty good there, John. Merck, Moderna tried to get up. It did get up to 160 before reversing. Moderna. Okay, anything else? Tesla trying to go. Maybe you get a little pop. I would just sell into strength and call it a day. Let's see, Palantir climbing up the list. Palantir climbing up the NASDAQ 100 list. It did dip a little bit. Earlier, it tried to break out above the 180 strike right along this area, 180 level. Okay, 180 is a breakout level. Okay, you can see right there. We moved above it briefly, probably a liquidity grab intraday, but most likely we'll follow through, I would think, next week. 155 on their rule of 40, which is really quite extraordinary. All right. I'm just trying to reduce some of the positions I have open right now. Okay. Apple. Apple trying to turn up now. Apple trying to turn off the low. Okay, so that was a sell program or something. Looks worse than it really is. I mean, it was 12, 311 down to 308. So that's a pretty decent size move. What, $3, 10%? 1%, sorry.
Zero DTE put strip. Sandisk pulse. Sandisk pulse.
All right, SanDisk, what does that look like? SNDK. SNDK, SanDisk. Okay, SOXL. Semiconductors did have a nice little run off the low at 115. SoFi.
Zero DTE put strip.
This is OPEX for the month of August. I am your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Friday, August 21st. Again, OPEX for the month. Looking for some action in the last hour or so, hopefully. We'll see if we get any kind of action today. What's Cerberus doing? Cerberus, CBRS. Back below the 50-day, Cerberus. So much for that. Maybe next week. SpaceX coming off the low. A little dip there. Inside day. Was hoping for a close above yesterday's high. All right.
Palantir Pulse, long dated. Palantir Pulse, long dated. Shenanigans. Palantir Pulse, long dated. Shenanigans. Palantir Pulse, long dated. Shenanigans.
Palantir. Wow, a lot of Palantir pulse alerts coming off the low.
Palantir Pulse, long dated. Shenanigans. Palantir Pulse.
You hearing that?
Long dated. Shenanigans.
A lot of Palantir pulse alerts there. Just
SP exports, long dated.
Okay, a lot of Palantir pulse alerts. That looks good. I like it. I like it.
Zero DTE puts. Size.
One, two. 19 million, 12, 8. Is that a iceberg? Is that an iceberg? Somebody's trying to get in? Multiple purchases instead of one large purchase? Amounting to what, about 60, $75 million there? Calls leading, Palantir, 24 times the baseline, 36 times the baseline, 54 times the baseline, 80 times the baseline, a $19 million trade, 5 prints, 1,500 contracts. Doesn't say what the contract is. You have to do a little bit of work on your own.
Nvidia Pulse, long dated.
Okay, what is Caterpillar doing? Caterpillar hanging out at the highs is fine. I want to sell some put credits. I would like to sell some put credits for Caterpillar. I'll probably do it on Monday because we are at the highs right now. So you want to sell them on a dip. Caterpillar, we had a dip earlier. It would have been a good time to do it.
Banger. VIX banger. Intel Pulse.
VIX banger? All right, VIX. All right, VIX, VIX. Okay. VIX has been down here for a long time. So the idea that this is going to spike in the next few weeks becoming more and more probable. So I have September, middle of September, VIX calls, 20, 25 call spreads, just in case the markets do something, because this expiration, if you looked at the Gamma update this morning, this expiration is call heavy. A lot of people chasing.
Long dated. Shenanigans. 0 DTE. Call side. Size. Palantir Pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans.
Okay. Caterpillar, keeping an eye on Caterpillar. Nice reversal today. 3 candles. Look for this to close above the 21-day next week. Carnival Cruise Lines turning back up. Caterpillar turning up. Okay, can we get some short covering? Microsoft's starting to see some short covering. S&P still fading, not giving us much to go on. Okay, selling some premium overhead. Likely a winning idea for now. Okay. Going into the close. This is 0 day. All right, 0 day. Oh boy. S&P resistance, not getting through it, it doesn't look like. Yep. Got the know, you got the motion. I got the motion. You got the motion. You got the motion. Rock the vote. Rock the vote, baby. Rock the boat there, Paulo. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. All right, so TEM, Corey was talking about TEM's volume. Yeah, that's some probably a combination of new money and shorts covering. I would imagine it started off with short covering. Corey, I would think that TEM started off with short covering on Wednesday. What's driving the move? Okay. Tempest AI. Traders continue to digest the latest follow-through from this week's Merck Moderna. The recent spark for TEM was phase 3 Interpath 001 results from Merck and Company and Moderna, where Instamarin, autogene, a custom mRNA neoantigen therapy paired with Keytruda improve recurrence, blah, 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 survival in melanoma. The personalized vaccine relies on Personalis Inc.'s genomic tumor profiling technology, which Moderna uses to analyze patient tissue and identify specific antigens. Well, that's pretty cool. This link directly benefits Tempest AI, which agreed to acquire Personalis for $1.5 billion last month after previously partnering with the firm on minimal residual disease tests. All right, so think about it. Tempest buying out Personalis, which helps to genetically identify these tumor profiling, use the tumor profiling technology. If we continue to proceed towards fixing the cancer issue in the country, you would think that Tempest AI is going to be worth a hell of a lot more in the future, being that it bought Personalis. Does that make sense? Okay, S&P turning back up. TEM. I would like to buy some TEM on a dip, but I'm not going to do it now. It's the end of the day. Probably do it next week. Rock the boat, baby. All right, S&P 5, excuse me, SPCX, SpaceX is turning up. SpaceX turning. Caterpillar staying at the highs. Tempest pulling back. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Tesla looks like it wants to go again. Tesla's about to go. Looks like Tesla wants to go. End of day. Tesla, maybe some cheap out of the money options on Tesla. Tesla looks like it's going to rip here. Maybe it runs into the close. We got an hour and 8 minutes to go. Tesla. Tesla. Tesla's trying to run here in the day. There it goes. Rock the boat. Tesla trying to get it to push a bit higher. Oh boy. All right, there goes Tesla's trying to go here. Watch Tesla. All right, stocks are starting to see some activity. Tesla. We're expecting OPEX volatility to pick up. We got an hour and 6 minutes to go. Okay, can we get a little pop on Tesla? One more little pop. Tesla's trading 1.26 times relative volume. Okay, we've got Amazon turning up. Microsoft just turned up. Google's turning up. Everything is starting to see some short covering. OPEX. Tesla. Okay, we've got a little drop there, Tesla. Volatility picking up into the last hour of the trading day. All right, Tesla right at the 50-day moving average on the daily. Google. Okay, we're getting short covering. just about everything. Netflix is just sitting here. Nvidia is sitting here. Apple, Nvidia, and Netflix just sitting. But the rest of them look like they could turn back up. All right, Tesla trying to turn back up. Google, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft catching a bid. Tesla's trying to push higher along with Snowflake. S&P turning off the low. Can we do something here? Strategy, trying to push a bit higher. Strategy. Come on. Let's go Tesla. Let's go Tesla. R-Vol's picking up a bit. S&P's turning. SoFi having a good day. Apple needs to turn back up. Palantir off the highs.
Coinbase up 8%. It's best week since June 2025. Tied to, of course, Bitcoin's amazing performance. Bitcoin's up to 77,000 for $37, up 6% today.
And by the way, I want to end with this because you know here at CNBC we want to foster the younger viewer, right? We want to make sure that everybody feels included in this. So there's our youngest viewer. His name is Cam. And this picture was sent to me. It's a future Warren Buffett. The kid's favorite show, his Power Lunch, his favorite anchor is me. That kid is obviously a genius and is going to become a billionaire.
Look at the screen grab. Look at your face. I wish we could zoom in.
You don't need to look at it
right now.
It's
It's
poorly
like, can't you have like a thumbs up?
But look at the kid's waving at me. That kid is
S&P turning back up.
a genius with good taste.
If he says so himself.
Thanks for watching Power Lunch, everybody.
Closing bell starts right now.
All right, guys, thanks so much. Welcome to Closing Bell. I'm Scott Walker, live from Post 9 here at the New York Stock Exchange. This make or break hour begins with a market in need of some answers on interest rates and the AI trade, and it's going to get both in the week ahead. We're going to ask our panel today what to expect in just a moment. First, the scorecard with 60 to go in regulation. Looks like this.
Shaq.
We are green, as you see across the board. The Dow is leading the way, but it's pretty decent all the way around, even as yields move higher. So we're watching all of that. Feels like the market's waiting a bit now on Fed Chair Powell to speak in Jackson Hole 1 week from today, and for NVIDIA to report its earnings.
Okay, Shaq attack, Shaq.
Obviously, key stories. Let's get right to our talk of the tape on that note. The road ahead for your money.
Trying to push a bit higher, Shaq.
Professor of Finance, Wisdom Tree's chief economist. He is
Okay, trying to break out, Shaq.
Good to see you, Scott. Your observations on what's been an interesting week given the intervention in the bond market, yields going back up, stocks today are up as we look ahead to what's critical next week. How do you think about things?
Well, first of all, I don't know, how good a dancer Scott Bessent is, but I am not fond of the Bessent twist. I mean, it seems to just totally run
Yuck.
to what Kevin Morse wants to do, which is, let the market determine those rates so we can get the signals out to determine how we're going to pursue monetary policy. No,
Shaq.
weekly meetings between, Treasury and the Fed.
Nice little pop on Shack there.
Kevin responds to this, but clearly going in and changing the composition of the debt is changing those relative yields and making it harder to read those.
Tesla. Let's see what Tesla wants to do here. Just chopping people up at the. Okay, here we go. Tesla, nice little pop here. Tesla.
Rates that become untethered. Was a feeling among some that at the long end that was in the process of happening.
Well, the 30-year did peak above the high.
Peekaboo.
It hit over 5%. It hit the headline. Remember, the 10-year did not hit the high where it was 6 months ago. It's been bouncing off that 475. I would not call it untethered. I wouldn't call it an unruly, untethered market. It's a market that says, hey, there's a lot of price pressures, there's a lot of government spending pressures, and someday down the road, maybe not so far, we're going to have to address some of those fiscal problems. And, the signal, it's the famous Giardini vigilantes. They're going to be the one to tell you, but not 475.
Tesla. S&P 500. Nice little pop.
You think it was as much political?
We're right up against that resistance I posted in the room
Get yields under control
a few minutes ago. We're up against this resistance right here, 76.75. We're just above it, 76.80, basically, 76.79. If we get above it, that could be a hell of a run. Gets above 76.75. So far, resistance holding us back.
I think most people at this point suggest
Strategy. Okay, S&P is not making any progress. Strategy. Turning back over. BITX. These are turning over. I suggested taking profits off into strength around 2 o'clock or so in some of these Bitcoin related names. I think that's going to turn out to be a good idea. Caterpillar looks good. Tempest AI, turn it back up.
They should let the market speak and listen. Yes, the AI did is one of the factors. The persistent inflation is another. During that time, oil moved up into the mid-80s, and we just don't know.
TEM looks like it wants to go again. Don't buy it now. Do not buy this now. We'll look at it next week and see if we get any sort of pullback. We had a little pullback right there. Probably would have been okay. It's up a lot for the week.
So the S&P, as I ask you these questions, is 1 3/4% off of its high. Barely, right?
Tesla.
And that speaks to the fact that the numbers that the market's most concerned about are related to earnings. And those are extraordinary. And that's why we're able to look past rising oil and rising yields to some degree, and maybe to a large degree. So shouldn't that continue?
Well, the earnings jump was extraordinary this year, and
We're clocked.
Strong earnings going in the future. We will, we'll see if that holds. Can we still get this sort of surprise?
Tesla, can we do anything here? This is OPEX. Anybody got max pain for Tesla for today?
Expectations fall, but don't continue to rise while the interest rate rises. That's going to give a little
All right, Microsoft. Microsoft, nice little rally. Microsoft still pushing back up towards VWAP. Microsoft.
This quarter, productivity is higher. That's another, by the way, good factor for yields. So the market could continue to run, but those other factors that, cause you to say, all right, but there are fiscal problems that we eventually have to address.
Okay, Microsoft going some more. Okay, Microsoft going a bit more.
I think that's what you're suggesting. Yeah, so certainly, I mean, I think for 3/4, I mean, my feeling is, yes, the 30-year rolls above 5. If the 10-year rises above 5, that
Microsoft looks like it wants to go. You see how I close? Okay, there goes Tesla.
What do you think about NVIDIA next week? Because aside from the chair speaking, this is the landmark event of next week. Maybe as much for NVIDIA itself, but perhaps more so
Tesla trying to push here. Tesla.
on whatever Jensen Huang has to say about the road ahead for the whole AI build out itself.
Right. Now, let me ask you that. Jensen Huang being pessimistic and downbeat, he's been justified. He's been right. So, wow. I mean, if he gives anything that's downbeat, that's a sea change. So I think the market is expecting, hey, unlimited demand. NVIDIA is good. Don't forget, things are, second quarter earnings are already 2/3 of the way through the third quarter. That's, when you talk about Walmart, not doing well, but, that was the month of April, May, and June. So, it's a forward looking. Would he ever, I've never heard him falter in his enthusiasm for AI. So that's, if he doesn't, that will be par for the course. If he does, that will be a headline that I don't think long investors will want to see.
All right, S&P is trying to drive a bit higher.
I would tend to agree with that comment. Professor, stick with me. I'm going to welcome some others into our conversation. Fundstrat's Tom Lee is here today, and so is Requisite Capital's Bryn Talkington. And we're happy to say both are CNBC contributors. Bryn, welcome. Tom's good to have you here on set. What do you make of what the professor has to say here?
I mean, I think Jeremy's pointing out some important things, but to me, I actually think the Treasury buyback was a wise thing to do. I don't think it's any different than a company saying, hey, look, there's some things that are getting investors nervous about my stock, but it's things that are not related to my company. And I think that's what the Treasury signal was. And so I don't think it's manipulation. It's really an indication of value. And I think just trying to put some signal out from the noise.
What if it doesn't work?
Well, if it doesn't work, they have more dollars to put to work. So I do think, the Treasury Department does have a lot of resources available. So I assume it's going to work.
So you assume that yields are going to start going lower again?
I think that we need to just have some ballast until we get some clearance or signal from what oil is going to do in the direction of CPI and things that are giving the market a little hesitation. And of course, Jackson Hole is this week or this coming week, and I think that could provide some clarity and all that, whatever risk premium is being built into yields.
Brent, how do you see it?
Well, I think a lot of the narrative this week has been, well, Kevin Warsh is in a little bit of a pickle because he's been saying, well, let the bond market tell us what's happening. And then at the same time, the juxtaposition, Secretary Bessent is buying Treasury. Well, you actually peel that back. The 30-year, first of all, the 20 and 30-year are very illiquid. It's about a $6 trillion total market if you look at long duration bonds. No one signals off the 20 and 30 year. It's really the 10-year, the 5-year, the 2-year, and they're not buying that. So I do think Fed Chairman Warsh actually has the ability to thread the needle to say, first of all, these purchases by the Treasury are tiny relative to the aggregate amount. It's more of a signal that the Treasury says we'll come in and buy these longer duration yields. Because the reality is the 10-year and that shorter duration is really what everything is set off of. And so I think that the market, though, the stock market will be range bound this week because as the professor and Tom said, you know, the meeting at Jackson Hole, which he speaks on Friday, I think that's really going to be the seminal moment where we understand what is he actually thinking or what's he going to tell us about what he's thinking, since he already says he's going to be a man of few words as the chairman.
Tom, do we think that next week is the most consequential for the direction of stocks in the next few months? You know, you're not going to hear from NVIDIA again for a while after next Wednesday. And then I don't think people really think that anything from the Fed's going to happen in September or even October until you get to the midterms. That feels to me like it makes next week even more consequential for stocks.
I agree. I think it's what I'd consider a clearing event, because let's take the AI story. There's been concerns about data centers and political opposition, and it's caused the trade to stall. I think Jensen Huang's going to re-inject a lot of confidence that, look, there's still this relentless demand story, and it's going to be taking place regardless. And similarly on the Fed, I do think the uncertainty builds between Warsh's appearances. So I think this is another chance to course calibrate.
You raise an interesting point. So you think what certainly appears to be growing opposition to data centers is having an impact on that trade in the stock market?
It is, because if data centers can't be built, then the entire bottleneck trade doesn't look as durable. So I think that what we saw in Ohio and in Florida and in Texas and Pennsylvania, which is now governors putting potential moratoriums for even voters saying it's a political issue, is causing investors to pause.
So that doesn't change. I mean, I'm literally looking at one of the most recent polls right in front of me that I happened to see earlier today. And the support is decreasing across all political parties.
Yeah. I think it tells us that the AI industry, especially the labs, have to start messaging that it's not doomsday. You know, I think it's something that this political issue could become a problem. But that's also why the downstream AI stocks are starting to work. The software this week did well. You know, even the biotechs and then the cryptos, because they're all downstream stocks to the AI story.
How about that, Bryn? This correlation between the lack of support and decreasing support for data centers and problems in what has been an incredible trade. We're all getting the same kinds of things when I bring this issue up, the microns and everything else.
Well, if you think about what goes in a data center, it doesn't all go in at once. And so I think memory can be more effective, or will be more effective than certain hardware. But I think that what happened in Texas, actually, where obviously I am, is a really big deal. That, from my understanding, like, I get what Governor Abbott's doing, it makes a ton of sense. But now that, like, no one's getting through on the permitting for the most part. And so I do think that we're already seeing this logjam, like 60% of capacity that was supposed to come online in 2027, Scott, has not even started to be built. And so I do think this is not a narrative, it's not a story, it's happening. And I think going into the midterms, you know, I think the Republicans are really concerned that Ohio is going to flip. And that's another data center country and or data center state. And so I think this is really important that investors really need to take a close look at this. It's not going to stop it, but I think it will definitely, we can have some downside as we're trying to figure out, well, then where do you do with all this stuff that's not being able to be built yet? Is it going to get built? Where is it going to get built? So I think the market is discounting it right now, and I think that's probably not a wise idea.
Professor, is this an existential issue that stock investors aren't taking seriously enough?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it reminds me of 10 years ago about the whole fracking debate. Remember? The states, you know, shut it down. Those states that allowed it, boy, they gained energy independence, and it saved us now. I mean, we doubled oil production, and with what is going on in the Middle East, had we not had that energy, we would be in a really severe state. And so, I mean, the case has to be made that, you know, data centers are going to be net positive. A lot of misinformation, just like with fracking, misinformation, a lot of misinformation on these data centers. But remember, Texas is number one. If Abbott, you know, says, you know, we have to look at things, I think 3. Shapiro, who was once a big supporter of it, had pulled it out. I think they're reading some of the polls, and the midterms are coming up.
As politicians are tend to do. But
Yeah,
do you think there's significant market risk that's being underappreciated right now around this issue?
Well, I think there's enough money to solve a lot of these problems. Actually, I mean, a lot of the problems on water, they don't understand that a lot of it has now been solved. The question of now providing your own electricity, some of them are doing that and paying for upgrading the grid. I mean, the amount of money.
All right, Tesla dropping back down.
Is we just have never seen it before. So, hey, listen, progress is a trade-off. Economics is a trade-off. There's nothing that is unambiguously good in all aspects. You just have to weigh all the positives with all the other.
You still think, Tom, over the next 10 days, you can get a pretty nice market rally, don't you?
Yeah, I think so. I think we're gonna make new highs towards 7,900, 8,000 on the S&P 500. But part of it is, as you said, I think next week is a clearing event and a positive.
Well, we have the tools are right here.
A little uncertain.
And this market, if nothing else, has been able to deal with these clearing events pretty orderly, let's say. From situational awareness to all of these other issues that we've had along the way in this bull market, it's a resilient market that has found various ways to deal with whatever's been most recently the upset in that hedge fund and what it did to the momentum trade, and how, as I said, we worked our way back to
There's the
not
watch
that
tools
far
there.
from new highs yet again.
I think just like America is resilient, the economy is resilient.
You got to take the crown off to be able to get to it. The crown. You take the back off, but you can't get the.
You mean for the watch phone?
Yeah, you got to take the crown part off. It might like counterclockwise or whatever. Okay, CCL on the move again. Carnival Cruise Lines on the move again. Macy's, you're looking at Macy's, Frano? Coming off the low, Macy's, okay. Yeah. No. It was down below. Just move those papers out of the way.
We need to get an ultrasonic cleaner for the metal parts.
60 billion, maybe
Mm-hmm. Carnival taking off to the upside. Carnival.
could resemble SPV, which is really just a financing platform set up in June with Apollo and Blackstone. A separate what it does is it raises the money, so SPV, special purpose vehicle, and then leases the chips to customers. Broadcom's role is that it co-signs a lot of it. If a customer can't pay, Broadcom covers the gap. So what we're doing so far is it's at the senior level, the senior debt level. CEO Hawk 10 rejects the word backstop, though. It's just going through the previous earnings transcriptions and saying that's not the case. But Bank of America says that exposure could reach $370 billion by 2029. Broadcom, of course, isn't alone. We talked about NVIDIA having a similar platform targeting $500 billion.
All right, I bought some Carnival Cruise Lines.
25% of each deal. So a little bit further away.
26 call.
$27 billion for a data center. Now leases last year. It all works. While AI demand outruns supply, the risk is what you guys just talked about, Scott, if it doesn't.
Christina, thanks. See you in a bit. Christina Partzenopoulos. Palantir, a big winner in the S&P today, hitting its highest level since January. Sima Modi is following that, tells us what's behind this move. Hi.
Hey, Scott. Well, the stock has been on a tear. Then the rally in Palantir ignited in early August following blockbuster earnings. CEO Alex Carr telling CNBC exclusively at that time he sees the company's 150% growth rate as sustainable over the next 18 months. Carr continues to beat the drum on data sovereignty at a boot camp with customers in New York Wednesday, urging them not to hand over their data to the frontier labs. And if they do, they risk getting cannibalized. Frontier labs seem to be listening. OpenAI not to retain data from businesses. So perhaps Carr's message is resonating, Scott. We're looking at shares now 46% already in August, best month since November of
S&P pushing a bit higher.
now positive on the year. Wall Street continues to warm up.
SpaceX turning back up. SpaceX. Turn back up to basics.
$200 a share. With stock today's time.
Stephen, thank you. That's Stephen Modi. Let's send it now to Pippa Stevens for a look at some of the other big names that are moving into this Friday close. Hi.
Hey, got into retail roundup with more reads on the consumer. So let's start here with Ross Stores in the green after earnings beat, with the company also raising full year guidance. Same store sales coming in ahead of estimates, with Ross Stores pointing to higher traffic. Adding they saw new shoppers across a range of incomes, while existing customers spent more. Moving over to BJ's Wholesale, because they raised their forecast, and they also pointed to shoppers seeking out households driving the beat, with grocery, consumer electronics, and home goods the top categories. BJ's member count reached a record 8.5 million, and membership fee income helped lift overall revenue. Those shares at 3%. Finally, shares of Boston Beer falling after the company said its CFO will be leaving the company next month to become CFO at the ingredient maker Ingredion. Boston Beer appointed its longtime chief accounting officer as interim CFO while it searches for a replacement. Those shares down 3%.
All right, Pips, thank you. Pippa Stevens. We're just getting started here on the Bill. Up next, been nothing but net gains for NBA owners in the wake of the record pending sale of the Los Angeles Lakers. Our own Mike Ozanian following the money on the big reset now for team valuations. We're live at the New York Stock Exchange. You're watching Closing Bell on CNBC. LST. And YNT. LST. And YNT. LST. RB.
I vaulted to the upside.
Welcome back to the closing bell. The pending sale of the Los Angeles Lakers for $12.5 billion, having a dramatic impact on the valuations of NBA franchises. CNBC sports reporter, senior sports reporter Michael Ozanian joins us now. Hi,
Scott, great to be with you. We updated our valuations, as you said, based on the pending sale of the Lakers for $12.5 billion. We looked at things like multiples relative to revenue, sale prices, markets, all of that into our formula. And what we've come up with is the average team value is now just shy of $7 billion, up 21% from when we published our NBA valuations in November. The top team is still the Golden State Warriors, but we now peg them at $13 billion. One of the big winners on the list, as you probably guessed, are the New York Knicks, up 26% to a valuation of $12.7 billion.
Wow. You know, what an amazing exercise this is. And we've alluded to this already. And remind me, when did your list come out for the NBA?
February.
Okay. So here we are. We haven't finished the year, and we're already taking some team valuations from below 11 up to 13. That's pretty extraordinary, don't you think? And you've been doing this for so long. Have you ever seen anything like this?
No, because when you and I were talking NBA in February, we were like, wow, $10 billion for the Lakers. You know, that's like 17 times revenue. You know, this is a crazy value to revenue multiple. And here we are now looking at 12.5. That's a multiple of about 20 based on the 2025-2026 season revenues. So, no, never seen anything like it. Not just in terms of value, Scott, but also at the pace at which these teams.
All right. SpaceX, so-so, Carnival trying to push higher. S&P pushing a bit higher. Okay. So we got one green day out of this week. TEM's turning up. TEM turning up.
Particularly with the NBA and the NFL, that valuations are going to continue to accelerate.
I'm also thinking about, and maybe this is a stupid question, and forgive me if it is. So you got the Knicks, as you just mentioned, up 26% just from February. They just win the championship. The delta in the performance between the Knicks and the Rangers, per se, both from a valuation growth standpoint and a performance on the field or ice standpoint, does that impact at all plans, do you think, from MSG to spin the Knicks and the Rangers into their own combined yet separate company?
Well, if that's a stupid question, then I'm stupid, because that's the question I've been asking sports bankers and analysts that follow the publicly traded stock continuously. And not really. What they basically say is, and part of this you can get from the 10K and MSG Sports and the media rights agreements and so forth, is if you look at the valuation of the combined entity, it's probably 65% Knicks, 35% Rangers. Spinning them off will allow you to aggregate more value to both of them separately. You're going to get a lot of that cross-company expenses and the way the accounting is in a public filing when the combined entity, that's going to be gone, and the valuations will be much clearer. By the way, when news of the Lakers sale hit, analysts were immediately upping their stock prices on MSG Sports.
Oh, interesting. All right, we'll continue to follow it. It is extraordinary. I mean, and as you said, it's hard to keep
Caterpillar pushing a bit higher now. Caterpillar.
in this business. You mentioned the moves within the T-Wolves today, which is almost
Okay, there goes Amazon's turning back. Apple's turning back up. Apple.
Is buying out his limited partners in a deal that's in the works right now. He and his family buy about like 99% of the Suns. So he's putting his money, more money that family is into the team. So they're bullish too.
Yeah, seems everybody is. Mike, good stuff as always. I appreciate the conversation. Thank you, Mike Ozanian. Up next, He's got the highest S&P 500 price target that we've seen. And now it's doubling down. Look at your, he's here, right there. That's,
Okay.
Say these headlines are going to be talking about the next phase of AI development. I mean, I don't even know what phase we're in right now, because if you look at the markets, it's competition for leadership. I mean, it's the check writers, it's the check takers. Now, Jensen Huang's
Okay, there goes Amazon pushing higher. Amazon breaking higher. No position in Amazon.
So the first phase was lay out the infrastructure, build data centers, the energy, connect all of it.
Tesla looks like it wants to go again. Tesla, can you do this again? Tesla looking good. Back up to the highs. Amazon breaking out.
Residential and so on. But now we're in the phase where this monetization, this asset class, is going to transform into output. Right. Because what is AI all about? It's all about insight. It's all about
21 days there. 21 day, 50 day, 200 day looks good. Amazon.
Do you believe it could be?
I completely believe it, but fully on that needs to be measured is not the input. So the output is the input. Let's finance compute. But to me, it's the output which is really important, because the output is what brings value to enterprises. That's where the ROI pencils out. That's where the C-suite looks at. So it's the monetization requires output. And that's one of the things that DDN does. We transform the input, which is a compute, into value creation, which is the output. And that's all about the data.
We started to see monetization proof, by the way, of the latest Q2 earnings coming from the so-called hyperscalers. I mean, the big cap tech companies, obviously. I mean, are we seeing an ROI, do you think, to economically justify the spend right now? Because we just keep throwing the numbers out there.
That's a great question. So I think you have the foundation models, the OpenAIs and the Anthropics and so on, who are focused on delivering value to enterprises and consumers. But there's a whole new wave of companies getting created, AI native companies, that are providing capabilities that can be utilized in order to deliver the better products and services and AI can bring in. So I think that phase will create tremendous value into the world's economy. Over the last 45 years, the world's economy has more than doubled to $150 trillion today. My prediction is over the next decade, it will double again. $150 trillion will get added to the world
Microsoft.
economy, and that will be benefits to enterprises, to nations, and to consumers. And all of that will be enabled by AI. So yes, absolutely, this will continue. But
Palantir.
it is very important to look at the output. What is the value that is being
Okay, Palantir back, moving back up to the highs.
What metrics do you use then?
You need to connect earnings per share into tokens. It is not about generating tokens. It is about generating tokens that are valuable. One of the things DDN does, we improve the efficiency and we deliver more tokens, but valuable tokens that benefit the organization. Think of it as having a hotel room. You want those hotel rooms to run fully. You want every room to be occupied all the time, and you want to be able to monetize them. So these types of technologies like the ones DDN is developing, ensure that the ROI pencils out. If you're building a hotel, new asset class, compute is analogous to real estate. But now you need to fill the compute with valuable output. And I think it will come from that. It will increasingly see organizations deliver capabilities so that enterprises can monetize the output. Earnings per share needs to align with valuable tokens.
Right. So within the tokenomics, if you will, how do you measure the efficiencies that the enterprise is gaining?
So you take the tokens, the number of tokens that are generated, and you say, okay, this
Tesla trying to go again. Tesla. All right, nice OPEX activity, end of day.
associated with that investment. So the output number of valuable tokens generated, and it's different for every industry. It's different.
Google on the move. There goes Google.
That is the real metric. The compute as an asset class is the beginning of it. The output as a measurement of how valuable that asset class is where we're headed. And I think we'll see that pencil out over the next 12 to 18 months across all industries.
But how does one understand the level of investment needed in all of this? I mean, whether they're going to overshoot demand, whether they're spending sufficiently to keep up with all of this. I mean, I'm sure it's very confusing for a lot of companies.
You're absolutely correct. It's very confusing.
Because there's companies that are blowing out the budget in like 4 months.
And there's a significant shortfall. So I think the industry 6 to 9 months ago said, okay, everybody needs to now use tokens.
Yeah.
If you're not using
Tesla breaking out.
then you're doing something wrong. So we started just using tokens. And so the bills skyrocketed. What is really important is use tokens that are valuable to your organization. So depending on the industry you're in, and depending on the goods and products and services that your company is delivering, you have to start with, how do I improve my product and services? Start with the basic measurement that are tried and true economic measurements. And then say, within my budget, I have a CapEx piece, I have a labor piece, and now I have an agentic piece. The agentic is part of your budget. It cannot be above and beyond. It has to align within your budget. And I think, my advice to
Robinhood.
is factor in the agentic workload as part of your budget. And that way you control it. And it has to align with earnings per share that are being delivered by organization. It has to align with increase in revenue or increase in profitability. It is all about the output. It is not about the input. The output is what really matters to all organizations.
And then what about all these big tech companies now issuing debt? Is that a concern?
For some companies, I believe that it is. On the other hand, just talking to some of our partners, there is a shortage in the amount of compute required today that cannot be fulfilled because there isn't enough power capacity in the world that is in the hundreds of billions of dollars. Some of that is aligned with market share expansion. The more revenue we generate, the more money we'll lose. I believe that it's unhealthy because that has a lot of risk associated with it. But part of it is simply organizations are using tokens in order to generate incremental value, incremental revenue, and that revenue has to be profitable. So yes, spending makes sense provided that it is spending that is managed and controlled by the CFO of the organization, as opposed to taking the approach of some cowboy comes in and says AI will solve world hunger, just spend. It has to be within the constraints of a budget, and that budget has to align with revenue and profitability. Bring it back into the traditional way of what a successful long-term sustainable business is. Increase your revenue, deliver goods and services that are benefiting your customer base, do it better than anybody else, and then spend accordingly, but do not have to spend skyrocket.
All right.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the CFO's role.
Palantir running back up. Palantir.
CFO in this transformation that is enabled by AI. The CFO still needs to be in charge, but the CFO needs to understand that in addition to CapEx and the labor force, there's now a third piece, which is agent.
Nicole understands.
So in other words, the multiple just stays here. Earnings will get us there.
How consequential do you think next week is then on both fronts? Earnings, NVIDIA, rates, Porsche.
I'm kind of jaded about all these things. I really think that we all have, and the market certainly has AI fatigue. So I don't know if it's going to be a big deal. I mean, everybody's expecting something that'll move the market, but it may be a non-event with NVIDIA. Same thing with Kevin Moore. She's kind of worked herself in there's a task force for that. And his task forces don't report to him until the end of the year. I think it's going to be a really short speech.
You do?
Yeah.
I mean,
what can you say?
Well, some say he needs to say a lot more than he's been saying.
Well,
maybe not in words, but substance.
You and I think that, but that's not.
Do you think that?
Yeah, I do think. I think it would have been a good thing to just stick with the regime until the task forces. In other words, just don't. All of a sudden,
S&P trying to push higher, but it's getting stuck here. S&P is trying to move a bit higher.
I think there's still a chance that the Fed will, in fact, raise the Fed funds rate back quarter.
76.80. Stuck right in this area.
Again, Kevin Warsh made it very clear that he wants price stability, and he made very, very clear that he knows that the Fed has missed the target for the past 5 years. He said that a couple of times, and he certainly seemed to put his credibility on the line here. I think it's one of the reasons bond yields have gone up because the uncertainty of where he's going to take Fed and the Fed policy.
There's the cost associated with that uncertainty, like Steve Reisman had been saying.
Yeah, I agree with Steve with that.
The momentum trade. How critical do you think it is to get to where you think we can go?
Well, I've actually been betting on the impressive 493 as opposed to the Magnificent Seven. The Magnificent Seven have done not well this year. They've actually underperformed the 493, and I think that'll continue to be.
Snowflake continues to show strength here. There goes S&P is starting to move. S&P with 16 minutes to go.
It's a big deal. We just don't know who's going to generate the most profitability. So I think people are turning to financials, to healthcare, materials, industrials. I think those are the overweights.
S&P turning up. Okay.
Of the tech trade, or certainly parts of it, tracking along with people's feelings on data centers in their backyards.
It seems like we're very confused on what we want. We get very upset when they're building too many data centers, and now they're talking about maybe slowing it down. That might actually be a good thing. Maybe we should slow down the rate at which let's see how this works over time. Instead of just pushing and slowing. I think it's one of the reasons the bond is going up, because as you mentioned in your previous segment, there's just a humongous amount of bonds being issued by these AI data center companies. So I have no problem with slowing it down.
Okay. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Good weekend to you, as always. Ed Yardeni. Coming up next, we track the biggest movers as we head into the close.
My vault is down.
Continues to push higher. All right. S&P continues to rally. Futures, nice little pop here. All right, looks good. Okay, Microsoft continues to thrust higher. Microsoft. Okay, I did take profits in Microsoft. CONL. Carnival pushing a bit higher.
For about 10 for the bell, let's get back to Christina Partsinevelos now for a look at the key stocks that she's watching. What do you see?
Tesla shares. They're gaining as it said it will launch an all-electric semi-truck in Europe at the IAA Transportation Truck Show in Germany just next month. Earlier this week, the information also reported that Tesla is preparing for an August launch for its Cybercab, and that's why you're seeing shares up almost 6% this week, or over the last 2 days, we should say. Moderna shares gaining momentum again, up dramatically earlier, down. So this is after they jumped, 176% on Wednesday when its joint cancer vaccine with Merck delivered positive results in a late-stage trial. The stock pulled back yesterday, 23%, still up, 120% since before the results. You can see shares up 10% now. And Cleveland Cliffs shares are up after the steelmaker said it's going to spend $1 billion to modernize its flagship plant in Ohio, with half of that money coming from the Department of Energy. The project is expected to employ more than 1,500 workers and be.
All right, S&P, just a little profit taking there.
Thank you very much. That's Christina Partsinevelos. Coming up next, what the options markets are signaling about NVIDIA's earnings next week. That, the big week for crypto. We'll do it. It's how the markets are.
Palantir looking for a breakout. Finally pushing above 180. Trying to break out maybe next week. Maybe we'll see a breakout next week, Palantir. Tempest AI back up to the highs. Tempest AI. Snowflake still going here. Snowflake having a good day. Snowflake has been active off of the 20-day. Nice trending stock. Bouncing at the 21-day. Google did this, right? Was it Google or Amazon? Amazon. Amazon bounced at the 20-day. Looked like it was going to keep going on Wednesday. Still fading. Maybe it presses back above the 21-day and we can get a follow-through. Looking for Amazon to give us a follow-through next week. It bounced on Wednesday. Thursday sat there, pushed a bit lower this morning. If they can get back above the 21-day, we might get a follow-through on Monday. Snowflake does look good, though. Snowflake had a good day. 60-minute. Price back above the 60-minute 20 MA. Looks good.
XNDU, CRML, QBTX.
Okay, Apple trying to turn up. Apple's got a ways to go to get back above the 20 EMA on the 60-minute. CRML, critical metals, getting some action today. CRML. All right, nice follow through. I'll look at it next week. Don't want to do anything now. USAR, all of these getting a pop. MP Materials looks the best. MP looks the best. Yeah, MP Material looks the best. I like it. It's above the 200-day. These don't look so bad. USAR. Yeah, those look good. Yeah.
Breakout. Michael, I'll begin with you on what we saw this week and what we think might happen next. Yeah, the market
MP Materials.
Staying within the lines, given the fact that it got challenged on multiple fronts. You had that renewed weakness in broad semis, and obviously
Looks good though, Frano. We finally got something going here. Kind of reminds me of the reversal, the dip and the reversal in Netflix and Oracle. We finally got some buyers coming in. Palantir turning back up. Okay, Adobe looks good. Nike looks good. Okay, Netflix took a break.
Strong recent groups like banks and industrials, and still managing to limit the losses.
What's on the line next week, do you think, Mike?
Look, I think it's all about kind of understanding the policy framework, having the Fed piece move.
All right, we got 5 minutes to go.
Accompany what we've maybe learned from Treasury's priorities on the long end. A lot of stuff has to be rationalized. So that's going to tell you, look, as soon as we got the Treasury buyback announcement, dollar down, gold soars, Bitcoin soars, yields return higher. So it tells you that investors aren't quite sure to know what to make of the implications, and hopefully we get some of those blanks filled in at Jackson.
I know you'll be all over it starting in less than 5 minutes on overtime. We look forward, as always, to that. That's Mike Santoli. And speaking of NVIDIA's earnings next week, Oliver Renix at SIBO with the options action ahead. What do you see?
Not exactly a lock for bulls at this point, Scott. The stock's had a solid year ahead of the S&P 500, but trailing
Caterpillar.
by a lot. The options flows aren't outright bearish. We do see more calls trading than puts today, but more calls were sold versus bought. And the stock fell after 6 of its last 8 earnings reports. Right now, trading
S&P sell program. 10 minutes to go. I just dropped it.
Moving at an average 2.5% after earnings this past year. On the plus side, the most popular contract by volume that includes earnings is the 220 strike call expiring next Friday, where over half the premium was on the buy side. At $4.75, buying those calls as a bet the stock will rally 4.5% through next week.
We got 3 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Not much time left.
Market makers off balance, which would mean traders should be on high alert.
No, you're always tackling what we need to know. Oliver, thanks so much.
Yeah, Oliver's good.
Certainly worth talking about.
Oliver Rennick is good.
Yeah, Scott, crypto having one of its biggest weeks in years after Bitcoin rallied on a macro shift earlier.
Okay, SpaceX, did that get a move? All right, SpaceX finally off the low.
Across the finish line. Now that does seem to have changed market perception of regulatory risk. But like I said to you earlier this week, Scott, the industry chatter isn't lining up exactly with the market on that one. Investors I talked to seeing the bill as effectively dead for 2026 after the Senate left for the August recess without a vote. Nevertheless, it clearly drove the second leg of this week's rally. Bitcoin, Coinbase, Circle, and Strategy each posting gains got in excess of 20% for the week. Bitcoin itself heading for its best month since March.
2 minutes to go.
Thank you.
SpaceX, the S&P is starting to bounce. SpaceX turning back up. All right. SPCH, I added to SPCH earlier.
Unless there's a very, very significant rise, I don't think is in the cards for at least months to come here. So I think the market's going to be focused on the messaging, what the outlook for rates and the Fed is, but I don't think we're going to see much more than choppiness and still trying to find its way here.
So you think the risks to stocks overblown at this point then?
In the near term, overblown. In the medium term, I do think the risk is real, but in the near term, I think we're going to see buyers in the 10-year Treasury yield as it approaches 5%.
All right, looks good.
And we don't see widespread equity repricing until we get to maybe 5.5% on the 10-year yield, and we're very far from that here.
Yeah. What about for the momentum trade? I mean, that's more susceptible to volatility probably if yields do remain elevated.
It is, but I think we just see a lot of rotation. I think we saw some of that today. I don't think the equity market broad-based is going to fall apart, but I do think some of the momentum trade does come off a bit. Some sectors that perhaps been underappreciated in the prior quarters start to continue to see strengths here. So I think the equity market overall is fine. Yes, the momentum trade is going to be part of that choppiness until we see more clarity on where rates are going to plateau.
Feels every time in
All right, we got 40 seconds to go.
Level of importance that needs to be addressed. How are you thinking about that as an event itself or a clear
Apple?
Just get through it?
Yeah, I think it is something that the market just needs to get through. I think there's going to be some indication of where it sees CapEx trends, but I think we got a good read on that given how late NVIDIA reports in the quarter and the sustainability and trajectory of CapEx spending. I think we're breathing a bit of sigh of relief, at least for the next quarter. The trends remain quite strong.
All right.
We'll talk to you soon. Wish you a great weekend.
That is a close.
All right, they're going to ring the bell any moment.
All right, folks, that's it for me. It's Friday. I got a hard stop. Got to go do some things. Have a great evening, everyone. I'll see you on Sunday for the weekend video. Been a pretty decent week. Not complaining. We had a bounce today, so S&P giving us a little bit of a reprieve. Still a doji above the 20-day moving average. Not to lose too much sleep over because the equal weight index did bounce. So did the New York Stock Exchange. Okay, the Qs back above the 50-day of the Qs after gapping down on Tuesday. And then IWM, of course, looking okay. And INDU for the industrials. Industrials bouncing above the 50-day. Breath was okay. New York FANG mustered out a little bit of a gain. RSI still flat and above 50. And all of these are resetting. So we could see a little bit more weakness next week. We'll see. It's only 10 stocks. What else can I tell you? Breath was okay. Going into the close, everything's up. Big caps, mid caps, small caps, NASDAQ in descending order. Those all look good. So all in all, not a bad week. Have a good one, everyone. Take care. We'll see you on Sunday. Ciao.